Hello. We are live. It is day 2 of the Blackverse Summit. Wow. We made it. We have had a fantastic time. And so if you are joining us for the first time today, thank you for being here. We do expect that we are going to have another great day full of great and amazing people who are coming from the Blackverse community. So I am happy to have all of you here today, and my name is Nicole Maxwell, and I am the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises. I am also the founder of the Blackverse community. This community began as a movement, as a portion of rebellion against what was being done, and so. Last year, we all know that Facebook came to the world and said, hey, we're creating the metaverse. And my heart dropped. For months, I had been evangelizing the metaverse and letting people know what it was. I had taken immense steps to help train people on how to use Discord so that they could be participants in the NFT process. And in NFT communities. We had, several encounters with some really amazing people, including Russell Simmons, including, a lot of the folks from the Masterminds of Hip Hop project. We also saw Naja Roberts. I saw Naja Roberts come to life for the first time and got to know who she really, really was. And so it is a great pleasure today that we are going to be joined by Naja Roberts, and she's going to be coming to us, talking to us about Bitcoin and why decentralization matters and why Bitcoin matters to us as a people. When we think about decentralization, what does that word mean? You heard Marcus Carey yesterday, and he talked about the fact that there are 2 forms of decentralization. And those 2 forms of decentralization come, I feel like there's even more than that. So we definitely have 2, but there's also other flavors of decentralization. So we have the technical decentralization, and that is where we take technology and use it to disrupt a norm, the norm that is the centralized companies. Yesterday, I talked a little bit about my journey into realizing why I do what I do. But we talk about these centralized companies that own all of our data, and they harness all of our data. Last night, I was in a group with some amazing women. We have a group where a bunch of women in technology come together, and we all talk about technology. And, I'm usually the one who is in Web3, and there's not usually anyone else. And last night, we talked about the federal clearance process, and how you obtain a federal clearance and the requirements and things that they ask of you. And it dawned on me that, again, this is a case for decentralization. We have these entities that acquire and accumulate so much information and data about us, and then they store it in places, and we have no idea where that storage is. We don't know if that storage is secure. And we have seen time and time again that our data is breached. One of the ladies who actually has a clearance said that, her information was in a database, and that database was breached. And so she was notified of the breach. But as a you, I'm not going to say consumer because I don't call people that, but as a you, as a participant in this world, what do you do with that information? You've now been told that, hey, you are one of the most highly respected individuals in this United States government. You have a clearance. You've been granted access, and that access has been breached. What do you do? That is a question, and it's one that doesn't just affect people with clearances, but it also would affect you as an individual. When T-Mobile was breached, the world went round like, whoa, wait a minute, hold up. Everybody has T-Mobile. And if you don't, then everybody else has T-Mobile but you. No, I'm just kidding. But we have, quite a task, at hand right now, and that is making sure that our data is secure. So what is decentralization to you? Decentralization takes on many different forms. We disrupt with technology. We also disrupt with our actions. And so there was, in 2017, 2016, around there was a very big political move to disrupt and to be disruptive politically. And honestly, and as much as it pains me to say this, that was on both sides of the house. So regardless of which side of that you sit on, the disruption was real, and it's been moving probably since the dawn of time. But with our country in America, it has been the last 10 years, 20, 10 years or so, that it has really been on the forefront. And so disruption comes with that as well. People are angry with what's going on all sides of the house. It is not just one party or another. I would never give favor to one or the other, at least publicly. But it is a means of change that is moving through people's souls and spirits. And so we have a really good way to connect with people, and we need to make sure that we are able to do that. But and by that I mean connect with people with the metaverse, but also we need to be able to do that and be secure in our data. Our data is extremely important, because as we move to the metaverse, we are going to come to an interactive, interconnected experience. That means that I'm going to reach out and touch folks that I've never reached out and touched, and would probably never reach out and touch in real life. And I can attest to that because I've been in the metaverse for a very long time through gaming. There are people I've never known them by their real names. I don't know them by their actual faces. And in fact, when you meet them in real life, it's kind of weird. It's like, you create this imagination, this image of someone, and it turns out to not even be even close to what you thought. But in doing that, it's sort of cool because you get rid of biases, you get rid of things like that, and you start to create other biases because that's what people do. So instead of you being biased against someone because of the color of their actual skin, you become biased against people who choose to not prep up their avatars, or people who withstand from the cosplay process and dressing up their avatars, the role play process. Um, people historically in gaming, the shunning isn't because of who you are in real life, it's because of how you treat your avatar. And so how are we going to treat our avatars as we move forward in the metaverse? How are we going to treat the idea of caring and primping and prepping and making sure that your avatar represents you accurately or inaccurately? All of those questions come into mind when we think about the future in the metaverse, but also how do I secure my avatar's information so that it cannot be copied and replicated, and someone cannot attend as me in my space? My avatar is supposed to be doing that, but if someone else does that, that's a problem, right? And I don't have those visual cues like I would be able to have in real life like height, because you can adjust height in the metaverse. I don't have those visual cues like color of your eyes, because you can change eyes every 3.5 seconds. And the hair, man, the hair in the metaverse, at least as long as it follows gaming, we're going to have some really amazing hair. Everything from ponytails and Afro puffs to full on antlers and little ears, elf ears if you want. You can have whatever you want. And so when we think about the future, we have to think about the fact that all of these data points of who you are as a human being are going to be captured in this device or in these devices that you'll have on or that you will have around you. And we will need to make sure that our data is stored securely. And so all of those are things that we need to make sure that we actually are thinking about as we're creating solutions, as we're diving into solutions. Not only do we want to look at the way that things are today, but we want to look at how we're creating them for the future. What are the malicious things that can be done with some of this stuff if we don't do this right? That is what it's about for me. That is why I make my voice known and heard. And that is why I care about a decentralized future in the metaverse. And so we have some really amazing sponsors. We're going to go and hear a message from our sponsors. And then we're going to get started with today's show. Because enough with me rambling. We got some amazing people coming on stage today. So we're going to get that going here in just a second. All right, so we are sponsored by Artsy in VR. She paid us a visit yesterday, and she brought through all of her amazing metaverse experiences that she creates, that she builds, that she enables for other people. And so we are really happy and pleased that she is one of our sponsors. We are sponsored by many, many people. And so I want to just give a minute to also provide that additional sponsorship from the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. And we are also having a Black Business Olympics starting next week. That is very soon here. So starting next week is the Black Business Olympics, the 19th through the 25th. And we are going to absolutely support that as a Blackverse community. And here is a message from our sponsors very quickly.
This year, they're giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I
am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black business? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Olympics. That is definitely coming up next week. So please make sure that you tap in. Why? Why do we care about that when we're talking about decentralizing the form of business? Because we are all business owners. And so, or even if you just have an NFT project, you are an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is a future business owner. You own something. You are putting your life and your effort into that something. That something is coming into fruition, and that makes you a business, especially if you're registered with any state in the United States. So we want to make sure that we are supporting business because we all know that Web3 is not an overnight process. Becoming decentralized is not an overnight process. That takes time. And so with that said, we have one more quick little ditty today, and that is going to show us our speakers from day 2. And then we will have Dr. Tammy Francis coming up to talk to us about her global initiatives and how she shows up in a decentralized manner. So here we go. Support our speakers. All right. Okay, so now we have seen what we've got in store for us today. We have a whole lot coming up. And so let's get this party started. I am going to ask Dr. Tammy Francis, please could join me. And the next voice that you hear, Dr. Tammy, how are you today? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
That always happens. Hey,
I know, right?
It's early, so see, it's already happening.
Understood. I get it 100%. We're going to go grab some coffee, but I'm going to let you take this away. If you, so Dr. Tammy, talk to us about the power of decentralization, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. This is great. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I am Dr. Tammy. I am your success strategist, literacy educator, and consultant. I help you move in the direction of more, and prepare for what's next. And today we're talking about decentralization and the power of that. So, just a little bit about me before I get really into talking about that and what it looks like from my perspective and what I've done in during, I guess in the last few years in this space and what I've seen. So, I am a global business strategist and consultant, an author, a speaker. And some of the things that I like to do in this space is help entrepreneurs, business startups, particularly those blockchain based startups all over the world with purpose driven. And I'm going to talk about that purpose driven today. Creative business solutions to build, grow, and scale their business. But I also do many other things. I must disclose first that I'm an educator. And so that's a part of who I am. And that's the industry that I particularly like to think about and connect this space with. When I think about Web3, the Metaverse, and all of the things that you'll hear over the 2 days and the rest of today, I like to think about how that relates to education. So that's the perspective I'm going to bring today, because I am really interested in how this shifts education. If you know anything about education, education is usually the last to enter. When we're talking about technology and innovation, the last to adopt and or implement whatever that innovative technology is. And I've seen it. And so I really like some of the things that Nicole said is about, this process. It's a process and it won't happen overnight. And it is so true in just the things that I do in this space around education and educating others about the future of work, the future of business, and looking at a digital transformation. What does that look like for you? And so, even though I'm going to give a particular perspective, just to give a different angle than some of the things you've heard in the last, few presentations, I want you to remember that it's all about how does this look for you, and really thinking about how can you change what you're doing or implement some of these things in what you're doing. And so, I've always talked about, moving in the direction of more and preparing for what's next. And now I'm really, have really put I guess a bigger focus. Let me get my words. It's early, y'all. A bigger focus on how does that look if people are including a digital transformation, which includes all the things that I talk about now, whether it's blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, Web3, NFTs, Metaverse. And so it's future focused on educating those who are new to this space, of course. And I am a non-tech person. I said I'm an educator first. And so I am a non-tech person, which Nicole mentioned today as well. So I'm going to bring that perspective. And that's what I like to bring to the space, but also providing information and education training and strategy. So strategy on how to position yourself in an industry, in your industry, with the goal to make sure that it's aligned with who you are and where you're going. It's purpose driven and it's intentional. So if there's nothing else you get from me today, is I hope that you would get that, is that it's purpose driven and it's intentional. So let's talk about it. So I'm going to just tell you a little bit about my journey, and that way you can see how decentralization has played a part in the aspects of who I am. I will be transparent that when I entered this space, when I started really diving in, I was looking at it more from the perspective of it as an entrepreneur and as a wealth builder. And I knew that I wanted to be global. I wanted to participate on a global scale. And I was already moving in that direction of more, moving in that direction of being global. And so the way it showed up for me initially was looking at the decentralization of finances and how now I could be in control of my the currency, money, whatever you want to call it. I knew, and that's the way I thought about it back then. And this was probably around 2019, 2018, 2019. And also the importance of ownership. This is where I learned about cryptocurrency and wallets, and how wallets gives you this identity. Is the identity in this space, and the cryptocurrency is this value. And that's, of course, blockchain technology is the infrastructure. And so that's really, those are the three things that I really started when I started my journey, that I was focused on, was at that level, and looking at how it looked for me, how it could give me control over the things, the currency in my life, right? And how that could really set me up for the future. And then 2020 happened. 2020 happened. And the world shut down. And as an educator, I began to notice things. I happened to be on spring break and in another country when the world shut down and schools closed and people started moving home, literally moving home. Offices, everything started taking place at home in isolation. When school shut down, then I noticed a decentralization of learning. And I noticed how students were learning at home. The curriculum was online, but students were learning at home. And there's some things that came out of that a lot of people don't want to admit or acknowledge, that were really good. And that's what I noticed when I think about the power of decentralization as an educator and in education. I saw that some students who did not do as well in the classroom really performed well at home. And now just think about the people in your life who were in K-12, or maybe in higher ed, I will say, already had a lot of online learning, remote learning. And so it wasn't probably as felt as hard as it was in K-12. But I know those that I knew in K-12, what I saw just looking at the different students in the classroom, is that some who didn't thrive on a campus in a building really thrived at home, really thrived in a space where they were in control of their environment. They, of course, had synchronous learning, but there was more control over what their environment looked like, who they were encountering. And so some of the pros that I saw was more autonomy around their learning. They had to be really in control and really had to get in there and figure out what assignments would do. They didn't have someone holding their hand. I saw more ownership around what they were learning and their grades. Let's just be honest, right? Some flexibility too on when they completed their assignments. And then equity. That was a big one, because standardization is equality, not equity. And when I think about the education system, a lot of it is based around standardization and creating standards for everyone, so that it's set up so that make sure that everyone has a little something, but it doesn't necessarily give our students what they need. And so I saw that when students were at home, it was more equity, because those that did better at home did better at home. And of course, when some students went back to the classroom, you really saw it, because those that did better in face-to-face learning went back to school. Those who were at home had that option to stay at home. And I saw that play out a little differently. You didn't have the bullying and control, and they had more control over their environment and who was in their environment. Now, I will admit, we're talking about decentralization, and we know the power, we know what it can do. And I'm telling you this about education because I want you to get these key terms, because we're going to talk about it as it relates to you in a moment. But, I will admit that there are some things that we must be conscious about when we're talking about decentralization. And that is how we communicate. What does that look like? And our relationships. Communication and relationships are those that really require focus when we're in a decentralized environment. And what does that look like? And how can that also be function well in a decentralized environment, whether it's learning, whether it's in finances, whether it's wherever you are, how does that work? And how does that look? And so those are two things that I always want you to think about. And I encourage you to put on the list, if you're taking notes and you got the pros, some of the cons or the things to just, put a little asterisk by is communication and relationships. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit when we talk about the metaverse and Web3. So I got into it because of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. And then the world shut down. And then it brought me back to my first love. And that's me as an educator and sharing what I know with others. And what did that look like in the education environment? And of course, as I got comfortable there, I started learning more. I started taking classes. I started really diving into blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, all the buzzwords that you heard. The Web3 idea really caught fire. And so I really started to look into that a little more. And so in 2021, I thought about it. Okay, I'm in higher education, so I'm an associate professor in Texas, and so I thought about I'm in higher education, and so even though it didn't necessarily affect what this shutdown, this transition digitally, it didn't affect higher education exactly the same way it did a K-12 educational system. I started looking at what does it look like in higher education. And that's when I started looking at the decentralization of data. So this is number 3, decentralization of data. And I realized that higher education has really embraced it in one aspect. And so when we talk about choosing, this phase in, I think education is really a good example of that. And, not expecting it all to happen overnight. And higher education is really focused on right now when we're talking about blockchain technology and how it's implemented in higher education is really around credentialing, certificates, and that sort of thing. And what I know about decentralization in higher education is that it really helps with student mobility. So students' diplomas, credentials are not necessarily just controlled by the school. They're now in the hands of the student, of the person it belongs to. And so when we talk about decentralization in higher education and decentralization of data, and that's whether you're in healthcare or whatever, get student mobility. Now you can move around without having to worry about calling a school for your transcript. Now you can actually access your transcript in your wallet. And so in 2021, when I came upon that, I said, well, let me see who's doing this. And there are several ecosystems in the United States that are actually implementing this. Texas, in Dallas, Texas, that area, and in Arizona are some key places if you want to check it out, if you're an educator and you want to look into that a little more. But decentralization of data was really important because I realized that now there's different ways to verify information or learning. And that really gave the person who owns that data more control. So one thing about decentralization that I think is not talked about enough is this idea of lifelong learning. Because when you are in control of whether it is your finances, whether it is your learning, whether it is your data, that means you must stay current. You must stay current with whatever it is that you're in control of. And so therefore you now do that. So those are kind of the three areas that I think, when I think of decentralization, that it really has really, caught fire in me to really learn more and do more. And why do I share this? Why do I share this information about education? Why do I give that as a use case for decentralization and what that looks like? Is because the power of decentralization is ownership, is autonomy, is flexibility, is equity, is growth and change, and is lifelong learning. And when you think about those terms that I just mentioned, think about them as it relates to you. What should you be doing to move in the direction of more and preparing for what's next? As far as decentralization, as far as the metaverse, what is that for you? How does that look for you? My primary industry is education and educating others on all of these things. And I always tell people I was born to teach. What is your industry? Do you know? And so I ask that because there are 6 things that I want you to think about that I want to leave with. I know my time is growing short here. So I will. All right. Nicole is saying, done. So let me just say these 6 things and then I will be done. Purpose, make sure that you choose your purpose. Education, get you a mentor. Community, I didn't really get into community. Experience, volunteer, internship, whatever. And hopefully you'll end up with a sponsor. Today, start moving in the direction of more and preparing for what's next by starting your digital transformation on purpose with purpose. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Black Multiverse. Thank you, the Blackverse community. I am Dr. Tammy, success strategist, educator, and consultant. I help you move in the direction of more and prepare for what's next. Sorry about that. I can't hear you.
I'm like, no, we got to set up another session. Let's just, add you to the after party and we'll keep this going later because I want to go through all 6. And I know you had more. It's hard, right? Like,
Yes,
15 minutes. I know. Like, I can't even tell a story in 15 minutes. But we are going to catch you in a few. And we thank you for coming through. Thank you for helping us to understand and see kind of your perspective on things and where we're coming from an educational standpoint. So thank you, Dr. Tammy, for sharing your greatness with us.
Thank you.
And thank you for being an advisor to the Black Multiverse and for being a very loyal and always present member of the Blackverse community.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, we have just heard from Dr. Tammy Francis, the one, the only Dr. Tammy Francis. We are going to catch up. So we'll do a quick commercial. And then next we have a real treat. We are going to tap in to the African Museum of the Metaverse. And so we have Nana Ness Rocks. I'm just going to say because I can't say your last name. I'm going to say I'm going to let her say her last name so that it does not get messed up. But that is coming up next. So we like to just show who we have on deck today. And so this is our list of speakers for day 2 of the Blackverse Power of Decentralization Summit. Thank you so much for all of our community members who are watching, for all of our attendees who are watching. We highly recommend that you go and join the Blackverse community. You can catch up with us on many platforms. Our main platform is Clubhouse. And so with that said, here we go. moving. I'm grooving. Good morning, Ness. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
Good.
How are you?
I am good and happy to see you. Delighted that we have some representation from the African Museum of the Metaverse, and just happy to see you in general because it's been a minute. Um, do you want to share the screen, or are we gonna go in?
Let's see. I can try to share the screen. I've been having a little bit of IT issues. I just tried to jump to the new Decentraland estate, but I think there was a little bit of a glitch. Did you see that glitch?
I did not.
You did not? Okay. All right.
Let me see if I'll try to get there. I'll pop it up on screen. Do you just want to keep going?
Yes,
Okay. All
absolutely.
right. Here you go. Take it away.
So, yes, my name is Ness Rocks. My actual name is Nena Onwadiwe, but I just go by Ness Rocks. And I've been a 2D artist in this space. Originally, I was working with, traditional acrylic on canvas or color pencil or just like graphite and charcoal. But Web3, like this entire journey has been something really special. I've made some long lasting friends and I've learned a lot just about myself, my craft, and just how people react to this change, just how artists react to this change, how some can become empowered. So, one of the projects that I'm engaged in is being a curator for the African Museum of the Metaverse. And so this is a multi-metaverse museum. And what's crazy is that we have our Crypto Voxels location, the museum location, and a market location, but we also have a Decentraland estate, which is basically going to become a place where African and diasporic organizations can have a hub in the metaverse. There's also going to be development in Somnium Space, Matrix Worlds, Sandbox, Other Side, NFT worlds as well. So this is going to be a place where anytime you enter the metaverse, you will be able to find the African Museum of the Metaverse. You'll be able to find that African hub anywhere and feel at home anywhere in the metaverse. And I think that's really important for us so that just as you're traveling and getting to know this world that typically would be excluded because it's new technology, you'll be able to see that you belong there. I'm going to try to load up the Decentraland location. Let's see. One of the things that's really great about the museum is that it really supports artists in the community, emerging artists, women artists, artists coming from different countries in the continent. Their art is in the museum, even some legendary artists like Osinachi. All right. And I am loading a tour. Let's see.
Hey, Ness, I'm trying to load it up too. It is running a little slow. I'm at 31%, so I'm not sure what's going on over there at Decentraland. But this is what happens, right? Like, this is one of the things we absolutely have to care for as we are creating our future and moving to the metaverse. If it comes up for you, let me know. There we go. Okay, I'm in. Okay, let's see if it'll let my machine do anything though. Let's see.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. So, guys, we are heading into Decentraland.
Perfect. Awesome.
Uh-oh. Dang it. Okay.
I won't be able to load it on my end, so hopefully, okay, perfect.
All right. Let's see. So I'm one of those people that actually uses my laptop mouse.
Awesome. So here we have the Decentraland Towers. So in total, BlackSanta.eth, who's one of the owners, investors, that type of thing, owns 9 plots of land. So the first like established building that we have are the towers. And I just can't wait till like 1 to 1.5, maybe 2 years from now, when this is like a really bustling like hub and headquarters. I know that we work with some organizations and some groups like African NFT community, the Black NFT community, and One Emma. And you know, they will have like hubs here for meetings, for just organizational purposes, like a gathering point basically, that they know that they'll be welcome, with like residencies. And the residency can be 12 months, 16 months, 2 years. Like basically you select the floor, your office space, and like keep it. And that's one of the amazing things about the metaverse. Let's see if we can go inside. The elevator should work now. This is a fully functioning building. Okay, so walk over to the left side, or right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Should work. The elevator should be
I
working.
love the elevator doors. That's awesome.
Okay, there's also some art on the walls, as you can see. We always want to preserve art, African history and culture. We know the history of a lot of religious artifacts, or just things that are very important, being stolen and kept overseas in certain museums. I think recently some Benin bronzes were returned to Nigeria, which is really great, earlier this month. Are you able to access the elevator?
Mm-mm.
Try the other side.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oof. This is the one thing. Okay. I'm not going to talk
It's
about
still really new. Like, even though the outside is completely built, I think just the first 2 floors are the ones, because those are the ones that are going to have the residencies first, are built out. You see, but if you look to the left, we have an Ethiopian artist, an Ethiopian female artist, and then if you look to the right, we have some photo manipulation there as well. Yes, and I love this. I love that you can click on the art and you'll be able to, you know, travel to, you know, the artist page in CryptoVoxels. When art is on the Ethereum blockchain, it's a little bit more compatible with the Ethereum blockchain. You'll be able to see everything about their history on the blockchain. Basically, you'll be able to follow their Ethereum address to see all the pieces that they've made, and it's kind of a really good validator. It lets you know that this is the authentic piece, basically, and it's not like a duplicate or somebody basically trying to scam. You'll be able to see the history of their pieces, who owns it. It'll take you to their social media page, just so you can verify that it's the original piece. And I think that that's really important in this digital era, where people can, you know, people believe that there's power in right click save, but it's like in actuality there's authentication. Okay, see if you can click on level 1 or level 2.
like I'm in the. Okay, wait. Oh, is this okay? There we go. All right. So
Yes, we have an actual architect who's fascinated with architecture, building in the metaverse every single day. So there's always like, the building is more and more developed every single day. Things are kind of moved around. Let's see. Try. Oh,
I'm moving.
yeah, it's working.
I'm moving.
Awesome. We have the first floor. We did that together.
Yay. Look at this, y'all. This is Metaverse Discovery.
We have a beautiful gallery here.
Are the floors themed like in CryptoVoxels?
Yes, we have a little bit of, I'm not sure if this is going to be the artist rotation or the Afrofuturism, but we know that this piece that you're looking at, the mask right there, the black mask, that's by the wonderful Kofi.
Of course. That's why I'm like, I had to stop. I'm like, wait, I recognize this anywhere. This is a
Yes, I love what's notable about this piece and this entire collection, actually. It's a very wonderful and detailed collection, is that with these masks, that Kofi makes. They're based off of real masks, which are very important in West African and a lot of African countries' history. But he tells just the historical significance, maybe what that style of mask were used for, if it were used in certain rituals or when people were, just what part of society they might have been when they used it. And it's art, but it's also history as well. So that's one of the things that makes it really beautiful. So yeah, I'm so glad that worked. So we can just like walk around and look at some of the art. There should be a teleportation. Let's see. Can walk around, move there. I love the glass that's kind of tinting the blue skies on the outside. It's a very nice architectural choice. We can also go up the stairs too.
Is
Or
this
the
about?
elevator. Yes.
I love that.
We have some work by MDD on the right, who's like a true OG. He's great with collage work.
Yeah, so stairs and me are not going to be friends, but we will try. I'm never good at stairs, like especially the stairs in crypto voxels.
Yeah, especially spiral stairs.
Because
Spiral
yeah, WASD on stairs is like, yo, what are we doing?
Okay. We
I was
can
gonna try the elevator, like we're not doing this.
maybe it'll be better with the VR headset. Is it better?
I have not been to Decentraland in VR.
Mm.
And you know what they do have is they have a desktop solution that's coming out. It's in beta. And so I am going to download that when I get a chance. I have not done it yet, but I'm excited about that one just for this reason. But that's another challenge, right? So we have all these spaces that are coming up. People have different capabilities on their system. So, even though it's browser based, that doesn't mean that your computer has enough power to really run it, or that, it's going to be compatible with everything that you have. So we got a long way to go with all this stuff. It really, really is very evident. So, okay. So now we know that we have the what are we calling the building?
The Decentraland Estates or the Decentraland Towers.
Okay. So the towers, I love that. And so this tower is representing a gathering place. And so, we attended Gatherverse this week. Gatherverse was absolutely fun. And, just a good time to come together and kind of harmonize about the future of humanity and sustainability and all that. But, when it comes to something specific for the people, this is a beautiful place because what you guys have done is create a decentralized network of actual gathering spaces for Black excellence, and I love that. So not only is it here in Decentraland, it's also in Crypto Voxels, and then it's also in you're gonna have the Sandbox location, which I can't wait for. Yeah. And so I love all of that. And in Blackverse, so this is the African Museum of the Metaverse is always one of my favorite places because the premiere for Crypto Voxels happened in Blackverse. Meme came through and premiered it early for us. And so, I just have a special place for you guys forever. But yeah, Ness, what's next after this?
All right, try to... I know that because the higher floors, no one has claimed them yet. So we used to be able to go up to the higher floors, but I believe there might be a cutoff. So try 2. 2 or 3. But what's really awesome that I find amazing is, like you were saying, the museum definitely represents a gathering place. Just by the museum being up in Crypto Voxels before we even had the African market, some other African metaverse clothing brands, like with daishikis and stuff like that, saw the museum and actually reached out because they wanted to build something together. They wanted to kind of like remain in the same area and just like, and I think that that's amazing because you never know. What's crazy about Web3 and this whole metaverse thing is exactly what you said. It's connection. Like, we no longer have to face these physical barriers or barriers of location. So it's another way that people are connected by ideas, with less restraint.
Yeah, for sure. So
Yes.
we're gonna let this go because we got a whole roster of folks that we got to get through today. But we definitely appreciate you coming through and sharing your greatness with us, sharing what's going on here. You guys, your experience will not be like this. This is because I am running a whole bunch of stuff on the system right now, and so I can barely move. Plus, I think there's something going on at Decentraland right now.
Okay.
So, we are going to definitely pop in the link into the chat so that everyone can go and visit this on your own. We're going to make sure that that is in the links for this video for any replays that we do. And then we're definitely going to tweet it out too. So share this space so that people are aware that Black excellence exists in the blockchain, in the decentralized world, as especially in Decentraland, because we hear lots of things about Decentraland not being for the culture. So we got to make sure that we are loud and proud when we are there. So thank you for coming through, Ness. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, guys, we are going to have a quick little video, and then I'm going to close this down, and then we're going to get my bandwidth back. All right, and so we do have William and Ada Jackson who are going to come to us next. We want to show tribute to all of the people who are coming through today, and so we're going to play our quick little video, and then after that, I'm going to bring them on up, and we are going to talk to William and Ada Jackson about STEM and STEAM technology and education for the kids. All right. So, what does it look like to be in the future? What does it look like to be decentralized? And what does it look like to have decentralized kids in the future, or decentralized education for kids in the future? Next up, we have William and Ada Jackson coming to us, and they are coming to us to tell us all about STEAM and STEM and education. And then they're going to define STEAM and STEM for those people who do not know. Good morning, you guys.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good. Happy to see you guys and lady, and happy to see you both. Definitely grateful for you to tap in and tell us all about STEAM and STEM. I'm gonna jump down here and listen. I'm taking notes.
Okay. Well, thanks for allowing us to participate. We appreciate the exposure and the opportunities to share our knowledge and experiences. And I always say, I'm an old guy and I'm still learning. And I appreciate Dr. Tammy's unique perspective and honesty on education. We're educators as well, not just in public education, but college and university, and just seeing the changes in technology and how, unfortunately, it does not promote the creative aspects necessary for youth, teens, and young adults, and even adults. And, seeing the changes in tech for myself personally, being involved in technology since, and I'm a date myself, since the late 80s and all through the 90s and 2000, seeing how, the growth and the changes have seen the importance of learning as much as possible. And we have to understand that education doesn't necessarily mean formal education in a school environment. It also means, you taking accountability and ownership of you learning yourself and empowering yourself. And we've always, felt that that was valuable, important. Yeah, schools are important, but learning happens outside of the schools. And when we have these conversations, I always like to start to say, if this old guy can do it, anybody could do it. I'm a former health and physical education teacher for about 15 years till I made the transition to technology. But because of our parents' encouragement and role model and examples, understanding how their love of tech as well, and Star Trek and Star Wars and all that kind of stuff played into it, and gaming, kind of shaped our direction even before we met. And it's key when you look in the past and you look at what shaped and molded your learning, into adulthood. Then you understand some of the learning examples as far as STEM and STEAM, science, technology, and math, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, science, technology, reading, in engineering, arts, and math, and finally, science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, mathematics, and metaverse. So you got to pivot, as Aida's favorite word. I love to use that. And you got to stay engaged. And for me, making sure students are engaged with hands-on project development, learning the process of not just education in the classroom, but education as future entrepreneurs and business owners is important and is in key. And being a Black man, showing that there are Black men and Black women and Black people that are empowered with these skills and talents that can be influential in the world. So I hand it over to Aida. So I stopped talking.
So right now in schools there is a serious emphasis on STEM technologies, STEM teaching. So as William mentioned, that's science, technology, engineering, and math, and that's where the focus is. For us, when we get together, we call ourselves the Extreme Team. We work together with students, and it's for the R in reading and the A in art. So I am an artist, and I definitely put an emphasis on the art, mainly because art inspires creativity. It's more than painting. It's more than even the arts in general. It's arts and humanities. So the idea of putting creativity in there, and that's why we love the metaverse as so much, because it gives children an opportunity to get inside this virtual world, create worlds, to not just be consumers of a product, but to be producers of the product, and to create the worlds that they imagine, and to interact in a way that we've never thought of. So when we're working with parents and students, we're letting them know, especially with parents, we're letting them know that their students are already in those spaces. They're already doing these things. And what they need to do is encourage them not to just be game players or going into the space to just kind of wander around, but actually encourage them to start producing, to start exploring, making stories, making up these virtual worlds, so that they can be a part of the product, not just the consumer of the product. So we're excited about STEM and STEAM technologies teachings, mainly because it opens the door. So all of those things can be integrated together. And what we're pushing for schools to do is to not just focus on STEM, but to expand it out to include the art part of that.
And part of that goes along with not just being educators, but entrepreneurs too. In August of this year, I made the decision to go ahead and retire. So now it's okay, you're leaving the education aspect and you're getting into the entrepreneur and business aspect, which there's a lot of discussion and talking about. And as Aida shared about working with schools as business owners and encouraging schools that, hey, we provide a resource, we provide knowledge that the schools and the students need. So it's important that not just within the school system itself, that they reach out and they pull people, they pull people in that have that knowledge that can teach the students, teach the faculty, and teach the staff. Because as Dr. Tammy was saying, that education is sometimes 3 to 4 years behind the changes in technology, which is a disservice to the students, because you're teaching methodologies and strategies and core elements that by the time they graduate from high school or move on to the next level, it will be outdated. And one of the things Aida and we offer to schools is, teaching them how to do a podcast, how to do a newspaper, how to integrate that into metaverse spaces. And we're happy to be working with a school I formerly taught at, where they were starting a newspaper club and understanding the power of the written and spoken word, but taking it beyond that, taking it to the point where, how do you use science and technology, engineering and arts and math to create a dynamic piece of literature to get kids involved in reading? So we all know that reading is important, but it's to the point now where you're almost forcing kids to read. You're trying to make kids to read instead of asking them, what do you like to read, and encouraging, that mindset. Okay, reading is important and valuable for me, and taking that and putting it into a podcast where the students are, auditorily thinking about how they're speaking and how they're presenting themselves, but then recording it as well visually. How is my appearance? How am I looking to the world and the perceptions of the world that they have with them, and letting them know that, hey, beyond these walls of the classroom, people have the opportunity to read your content that's written, but also see your face as you're speaking, hear your voice as you're talking, but taking those elements and moving it to a metaverse environment like spatial, and creating a gallery, but also putting links in that gallery to, that diverse content. And I always do is give props to Aida being an artist, because I always say I don't have an artistic bone in my body, but I'm learning to apply those mixed media elements, so kids can dynamically be involved, engage, have fun, and learn those skills for future careers and jobs.
Yeah. So what I love about Web3 and the metaverse and these technologies is that the difference between teaching a student on a Zoom call. So our kids have Zoom fatigue too, just like adults do. The difference between the two is that when you're on a Zoom call, and when we're talking with kids and adults, they'll say the same thing. I'm tired of looking at the screen. My teacher insists that I keep the camera on. And for neurodiverse students, that's very difficult, to have to constantly stare at the screen. At a certain point, they kind of zone out. They're missing most of the work. They're not engaged at all. And even if they turn off the camera, which is what a lot of teachers are afraid of, is that when they turn off the camera, they're distracted. They're doing something else. They're not listening. So they're still missing the work. The difference between that type of education and actually an immersive education inside the metaverse is that especially if they can have the headset, once they have the headset on, or once they're on the computer and they are an active avatar inside of the metaverse, they are actively engaged in the learning. So there's very little to be distracted about. It's just like being in a conversation. If you and I are in a conversation, I can't just walk away from you. We're talking. So it's the same thing when you bring a student into the metaverse and they are an active avatar. First of all, they're very excited. They're in this virtual world that maybe they help to build, but more importantly, they're interacting with one another. They are actually avatars talking to other avatars with human beings behind them, and they're in a constant state of engagement. So there's less likelihood that you're going to have that distraction. There's less likelihood that they're going to want to zone out and move away from that activity. So you have more engagement, and you have those students listening. They're actually engaged. They're actually participating. They're not just, you're not constantly calling on them. They're actually in the classroom. They're moving around within the classroom. And how fun is that even for a parent or for a teacher to create an environment that's engaging and exciting for the students, and having them come in and they're engaged and excited because they help to create it. So that's why we get excited about metaverse when it comes to our students and what the possibility of future education can be.
And the future is collaboration. We cannot, contain learning in just a classroom environment. And being a STEAM teacher, I had the flexibility of getting online and resources and information that's available. Or if I come up with an idea or something hits me, I reach out to Aida on social media. Hey, what do you think about this idea? For changing up the curriculum in the classroom, or, coming home and asking her opinion about a certain project to get kids engaged. So it's important that teachers be able to reach out to creatives and find out what resources and what project, development is available. And I'm always of the opinion for educators that if you can create a lesson plan for what you want to teach in the class, you should be able to teach it and apply it to standards. It just takes some creativity and some strategy, because the important thing is to keep kids engaged, inspire them, have fun. I either tell you, I'm always doing really bad dad jokes, and I warn the kids ahead of time. I say, I'm a dad, I give bad dad jokes, but it's to lighten the mood and get the kids engaged. And some of the examples that we use, like young ladies, excuse me, that want to go into cosmetology, instead of just looking at, you're creating nails, you're creating hair out, designs, clothing. Look at the creative aspect of it and how you can take your design concepts and add them to elements of the metaverse. People now, as we're hearing, want their avatars to have a particular type of clothes, a particular hairstyle. The ladies want nails on their avatars or even their toenails. So, be as creative as possible. And we always tell them to think out of the box, because as we know, the opportunities now for creatives and innovators and even dreamers that have these concepts is wide open and available for them.
Absolutely. And for parents and teachers that are listening, think about other ways that you can present your lessons, especially, say, for example, a science lesson. If you have the Oculus and you go into the multiverse and Finiverse, they have a planetarium. It is amazing, especially because you have the Oculus on, you're fully immersed. You can, take your science lessons to a whole nother level. You can bring them into the space and you can show them the sun and the planets and all the moons that are around each planet. It's I'm a geek. Okay. So when I go in there, I geek out completely. I just love that space. But there's more. There's other spaces in All Space VR. If you don't have a headset, it's a great place to go in. It's immersive. Whatever it is that you're trying to teach, you could probably find something. But if not, you can create something and then bring your students in and let them walk through a history lesson, walk through a science lesson, not just hear it, but actually be a part of it. And that will stick with them a whole lot more than all the notes and all the papers and everything that you're doing. That will stick with them a whole lot longer, and they'll appreciate it a lot more. They might even invite their friends to come and learn what you just taught them.
And extend what Aida was saying, there are so many movies that are out there now. Our parents, when we met and we were dating, we talked about, watching, space and sci-fi movies with our moms and, our family. And interesting enough, if you look at the past productions that's out there. So my mom used to have me watch not just Star Trek with her, but there were old ones called Space 1999. There was other ones dealing with the galaxy, traveling through the galaxy.
Battlestar
Galactica. And just look at, but interesting enough, my mom would always tell us, myself, my brother, my sister, look at that technology that was going on in that place. And she would tell us that was the future. That was what was coming. And that we have to be prepared for it. Because if we're not prepared, we're going to be unemployable, underemployed, and not being able to function in those environments. So we got to give our kids inspiration and motivation, and not criticism, to say, hey, while you're watching these programs, think about how you're going to be involved and engaged in them.
Right. So absolutely. So I want you to also think about, like, medicine. There's a headset that they're using to actually do surgery in real life, in real time. So there's so many uses and so many ways that you can get your kids involved and get your students engaged. And most importantly, what I want students and parents to understand is that 10, 15 years from now, the jobs that exist today won't exist later. So we have to prepare them for future engagement and in the way we're moving, and this is the direction that we're moving in. So we can't say, oh, this is not, important. This is extremely important.
And before we close out, if you want to reach out and connect with us, we have our brands. Aida's Love Built Life, and My Quest to Teach. So if you follow us on Twitter, you follow us on Instagram, we share a lot of content about the metaverse, learning on the metaverse, developing and creating. And honestly, I'll tell you this now, I'll sit back and watch Aida develop and create stuff in Infiniverse and Metaverse, and I'll ask her questions and learn from her because I'm smart enough to know I don't know everything, but I'm willing to learn, and our parents have to see that as well. If their children are doing something or their grandchildren, ask them questions about what they're doing, and that's a great way to create a strong bond with them, but also learn where their mindsets are, and having those conversations help them to adapt to somebody asking, well, what are you doing? Or why are you doing that? Or how are you able to do that? And that prepares them for future careers.
So thank you, Nicole.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys coming through. Thank you for, dropping all of the information that you did about kind of the state of where we are with our kids and thinking about the future in the metaverse. We appreciate you both and look forward to connecting with you in spatial and definitely tapping into your metaverses and your experiences that you are creating for the kids.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you guys, the time has come. We are here now with the power of decentralization. And when you think about decentralized, there is no one else that I would go to when I am thinking about decentralization than the one and the only Naja Roberts. Naja Roberts is amazing at what she does, and she tells and she teaches and she embraces community. And so that is what this space is all about, is making a way and paving a way for community and for everyone to understand the future of what is coming and why things are so impactful for us. So please do join me here in a few seconds to just witness Miss Naja Roberts coming to us and telling us all about the power of decentralization. We're gonna bring her up right now. Hey, Miss Naja, how are you?
Good morning. I am doing great, Nicole. How are you?
Good morning. Doing well, doing well. I'm going to let you take it away. Naja, let's do an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Let's do that. All right.
I appreciate you. Yes, ma'am.
Let's start off. Tell folks who are listening that may not know you a little bit about who you are and what it is that you're doing.
So, one of the things that I am is a reflection of Nicole Maxwell. That's what I am. She's an incredible woman. And so, we aspire to be exactly like her. Well, my husband and I, we actually have one of the only brick and mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the United States that is African American, women owned, and all that means is that we sell Bitcoin. And we educate. We're right now in the process of massive education of our community. And the reason why we are when Nicole talked, well, I'm going to say, so we're educating. And through the education, we have a couple of different things going on. We have a crypto kids camp, and I just heard the sister and brother talking about husband and wife, but the couple talking about how important it is to really get our children abreast to the metaverse and all things that are going on so that they're employable. So we have a crypto kids camp that teaches that aspect of metaverse. But we also do a tour in which we go across the United States and really try to educate the people. And we're not just talking about cryptocurrency. We're talking about everything that this space has to offer. You will definitely hear all about people talking about the metaverse, and I try to really keep that balance because and I'll tell you and also who I am. So we do this tour around the United States to educate, and you get to hear about all types of things in the crypto space, blockchain, cryptocurrency. metaverse, and I hate to say Web3 because everybody has a different definition, in my opinion,
Mhm.
as to what Web3 actually is. Um, and so it's left to anybody's interpretation. So, but that's basically who I am. I am the person that wants to make sure that our community gets the best information. And the reason why that's critically important is because when you know better, you do better. And we have been in a time where information, because it's not decentralized, our information is centralized, and so
Mhm.
we are given exactly what we need or what they think we need to know in order for us to move our families forward. And decentralization, no matter which area you look at, is good for our community because we're able to really take the information that we're getting from everyone around us right now and make our best decisions based on what's good for us and what's good for our families. And so, decentralization in your money, I'm going to tell you that first and foremost is the best. And somebody decided he was going to run his baskets right by me when I'm out and about. So please forgive the noise.
You're
Um,
fine.
Decentralization when it comes to your computers, when it comes to your entertainment, when it comes to everything that you have and that you do. Decentralization is key. And now that we know that decentralization works, I think it's up to us as a community, as individuals, as family members to make sure that we're taking advantage of what's available and at our fingertips now because it hasn't always been this way.
Mhm.
Just as the husband and wife said, it's changing, and we need to make sure that we're in the right place at the right time, taking advantage of these things.
Yeah, and you talked about your tour and having gone all across the country. Uh, that is a miraculous feat, and I tell you that all the time. It is a miraculous feat. It is something miraculous that you did. It's something anybody can do, but
Yes,
you actually did it. And so there's a difference to me. And it just kind of goes to show your heart and the kind of human being that you are. You went up and down this country telling people about the power of decentralization through Bitcoin and through cryptocurrency and educating them on the origins and the history of money. And so, I heard you. We did the International Women of Blockchain conference several months ago, and I heard you tell the history of money. And it was like, I've heard it before, but I didn't hear it like that. Like when you break that down, you do it all the way. And I think that it's really powerful when you're thinking about this movement that's happening, this energy that's flowing through all these communities, to be able to look back and say, this is why we're doing this, because this is how it was supposed to be in the beginning. Like they
yes,
took rights away and replaced them with what we call fiat. And now we're living in this place where, our money is circulating through these banks, and these banks have powers and capabilities to take money and say, I'm gonna store your money for you, but I'm gonna charge you in order to do that, and then to let you use it after that. I think that it's ridiculous. So talk to us a little bit about the state of where we are with money.
well, it's interesting that you say that because just this week,
Mm.
um, Russia declared that they would no longer be using the US dollar to allow people to purchase oil. It has to be uh, it has to be other currency and not the US dollar. And why is that important? Why should we care? Well, when gold was taken away from the dollar and we're no longer on the gold standard, we have been utilizing the dollar to get our oil and all of those things. And every country around the world has been using the dollar as a means to purchase their oil for their country. And with Russia and China getting together, along with several of our other adversaries, and saying no more to the US dollar just this week, we're going to start seeing some really different things happening, ladies and gentlemen. Never in history has the United States not been in control of dictating who uses our money and when. And what has made that change is cryptocurrency. When the war broke out between Ukraine and Russia, again, not saying that anyone is right or wrong, not saying anyone is ethically right or any of those things. What we do know is Russia said, you know what? Well, if you're not gonna spank our hand because we're gonna use cryptocurrency and we're gonna do what we want to do anyway. And everyone in this world is watching because the United States usually says stop that or we're gonna stop allowing you to use our dollar. And Russia, so what?
Yeah.
um, and it's really exacerbated everyone around this world knowing that the United States may not necessarily be the superpower anymore, and that things are changing. And so it's just a really interesting time. Russia has realized, even though they're centralized, where they're trying to control everyone in their space. Um, the ironic part is they're getting themselves decentralized from the U.S. That's one thing
You
for
know,
certain.
there's a lot to say about that statement, right? Decentralizing yourself from the US, so decentralizing yourself from us. But we have the same need, and we're here in the US, right? Like there are
Yeah.
certain things, certain liberties that are taken in our communities because we don't have sometimes we don't feel like we have a voice, and they take that same liberty with us. And it wasn't too long ago that we said, we're decentralizing ourselves from y'all too, and wanting to be able to do that continually. um it's powerful that a whole entire country can just use cryptocurrency to change and
Yeah.
just change the game. And we've seen that with El Salvador. We've seen that with now African countries who are adopting cryptocurrency, and just seeing things roll out. But we're also seeing CBDCs, and that is central bank digital currencies, roll out. So, what do you think about those in terms of decentralization? What is your message to people to be mindful of about CBDCs?
Well, first and foremost, I will say that we have to be very careful about jumping out of one frying pan into a boiling pot.
Mm.
Because if you look at again, and I use the Russia-Ukraine war for a reason. Um, I use it for a reason because you can actually see how you can get yourself back into the same situation you just came out of using the digital space. And so there have been some seizures of cryptocurrencies as well as regular fiat currencies over in Russia, um, because they left it on in exchange. Now, even though just because you get out of the fiat system and get into the cryptocurrency space, if you leave it on a centralized platform, then it gets taken from you there. So when you get decentralized, you want to be decentralized all the way. You want to be decentralized all the way and not halfway. And so these CBDCs get you decentralized halfway because they have something new that they're offering you that looks like you're decentralized. But at the root of it, at the essence, you are definitely in a centralized space where they can just cut it off or snatch it at will, and you have no recourse against them for doing such. And so we just got to be careful as these CBDCs roll out. I believe, and not I believe, they're going to have more power with CBDCs than they have with regular money. So let's just think about it. Right now, if you have regular dollars, there's no way that they can stop you from getting those dollars unless you have them in the bank. You have them under your mattress or something of that sort. There's really nothing that they can do about how you spend it and do all these things. But when the CBDCs come out, it's going to be, and I think the best illustration I can give is a food stamp. People know what food stamp cards are. You can take that food stamp card to Best Buy and you can do your very best to buy that TV with that food stamp card. But they know because of the systems that you
Mm.
cannot buy it because it's for food only. Well, when the CBDC comes out, they're going to dictate, just like they do with the food stamp card, what you're able to buy, what you're not able to buy, who you're able to patronize, who you're able to support, and those that they don't want you to support, they're going to cut them off, and you won't be able to utilize that CBDC in those establishments. And so just know that that is absolutely coming. And so I think it's not a necessary evil, in my opinion. It's going to be terrible for a lot of folks when this CBDC comes out. And if you just start to pay attention, they're starting to pull back coins. We're
Mhm.
still finding that say limited coins. You need exact cash, exact change, or you go to an establishment, they won't even accept money. That will only take a
Yep.
credit card. They're getting ready for what is about to come. Money is changing and decentralization is here. And if we don't grasp the concept early of decentralization, we're going to be in trouble because they're going to be able to dictate everything that we do.
So let me ask you, Naja, when you think about when someone hears this, let's say someone's hearing this for the first time, they don't know anything about decentralization, they don't get Bitcoin, all they heard is that it's technology. What is the major difference, or what would you describe as the difference between the system of like a CBDC and the freedom of something like Bitcoin?
So the difference is when I buy Bitcoin, I'm able to put it into my own private wallet. And if Nicole is in Africa and she gives me a phone, Nicole gives me a phone call and says, "Hey, Naja, I need $20,000. I need to borrow it until I get back to the United States." Within seconds, I can send it to Nicole directly without any intermediary. As it relates to a CBDC, I have already seen what they're proposing to do. In any transactions over about $1,500, you're going to have to explain who it is, why you're sending them the money, how long you've known them. I don't know if you've ever been to a Western Union and tried to send money out of the country or to somebody in another state. You know, you've got to give up pertinent information as to why you're sending it to them, what they need it for, and all of those things. This is our money. No one should be telling us how to spend our money. But that is what a CBDC is still going to allow them to control the same things that they control in regular money. But Bitcoin is not that way. I don't have to get permission. It is permissionless. I'm a grown woman with money that I've saved up, and it's permissionless.
That's right. I ain't got to ask nobody. And
Nobody.
that's kind of the beauty of this place is that, it's freedom. And so when you're thinking about freedom and you're thinking about historically where we've been as a people and the possibility and potential for the future, what do you see? What do you see? How do you see people? Like, what do you say to the person who isn't interested in financial freedom because they feel like they're already free? What does Bitcoin offer for them, for that person, now and in the future?
Well, unfortunately, I will say this because I've seen it and heard it all before. When folks don't feel like this is for them right now, there's no pain points. And
Mm.
even for those that don't really are that are in the space and just kind of dibbling and dabbling, they don't see a pain point. But just as the last couple just got finished talking, in the next 5 to 10 years, things are going to change so much. The pain points are going to be in place. And so my grandfather used to give me this analogy when I was little. And I always think about this when I think about Black folks in cryptocurrency, in the metaverse. Right now, they have an option. My grandfather used to give this analogy about a dog in the South laying on an old wooden porch, and he's laying on a nail, and He's just moaning and groaning and groaning and moaning. And they ask, and again, I'm sorry, I'm outside. So
You're
the
fine.
sirens. Um, the dog is moaning and groaning, and they're like, "Why isn't old Yella? Why is old Yella just constantly moaning?" And they said, "Well, he's laying on the nail." And it's like, why doesn't he get up off the nail and stop moaning and groaning? Because it hasn't hurt him enough yet. We're
Mm,
in a situation like old Yellow where we're laying on a nail. We feel it, but it's not hurting enough to get us up and make a change for ourselves. But I guarantee you, when that nail starts to pierce the skin, our community is really going to have to understand that money is changing. And I don't want to call the metaverse entertainment because there's a lot of value add from the metaverse, but
mm,
understanding that we need to understand the metaverse. We also need to be savvy in the metaverse because if you're spending and you're spending, and I get that you got to spend, and I get that folks want to look good in the metaverse, but you also have to understand that people get up every single day and figure out how to extract money from your bank account. So if we're talking about Balenciaga in the metaverse, if we're talking about I don't know, here on the West Coast, we got living spaces with the best furniture in the metaverse. All of those things are fine and dandy, but you've got to really have a balance. And that's what I do is really try to educate our community. But you said, what would I do for those that don't know? All we can do right now is plant seeds and say, hey, you need to take a look at this. Hey, you need to understand how this works. You need to understand how blockchain works. You need to understand how cryptocurrency works. You need to understand how to even get in the metaverse. You need to understand what your children are doing when they're in the metaverse. You need to understand how to stay safe. You need to understand as a woman all of the things that you need to keep yourself safe, even in a space. You know, you're in a new and emerging space, but
mm.
you've got to take all the same precautions that you would in the real world. And I know I'm going off on a tangent because I know metaverse is your thing, and you probably have people that cover it. But for those of you that feel like this is something that is not going to affect you, it absolutely is. And right now, you're old yellow laying on that wooden porch with a
Mm.
nail, but it's just hurting a little bit. But it's going to begin to sting in about 5 to 10 years because, again, money is changing and everything around us is changing. And so you really need to start educating yourself as quick as possible.
As quick as possible. Man, you dropped so many good moments of just clarity. When you said the thing about Old Yeller, I thought about a splinter that I had in my finger, and I just kind of left it there because I couldn't like quite get it the whole thing, and I was just like, it's gonna stay there. And then once it bothers you enough, you go ahead and get it out. That's a bad story.
Yes, yes,
It
yes,
happened,
yes,
it's true. um, Naja, the metaverse. We have a whole lot of folks that we lovingly call Bitcoin maxis. And people who, that is for anybody who's listening, that is someone who is full on Bitcoin, Bitcoin, everything, everything all day, forever and ever, Bitcoin and nothing else.
yes,
And so some of them,
yes.
not all, but some of them are not feeling the idea of the metaverse. So you have begun talking about the metaverse and kind of went through this transition where you are now very interested in the metaverse and making sure that people are aware of it as well. So what kind of caused that shift, and what would you say to them?
Well, first and foremost, I don't even think that there was ever a shift because I was unaware that the metaverse even existed
Ah,
um, actually until I got on Clubhouse because I'm not a video gamer. I don't play video games. In fact, I used to say, I guess the only shift that I will say that I made or made was I used to say, and I know we're on decentralized TV, so I can say this. I used to say I don't understand how grown ass men play video games. So on decentralized CV, I can say that, right? And that's the power of decentralization. Because if we were on KTTV or something, Channel 5, they would have to bleep me out. I said I couldn't say that. But anyway, that is one of the major shifts.
Mhm.
Because I thought games were for kids and not grown men. Now, when it starts to impede on your family and and your kids and your wife and some of those things, I think that there's some changes that need to be made. And again, a balance. But I will say that there has been a change in my thought pattern as it relates to grown ass men in games. but but until I got on Clubhouse and really linked in with you and Artsy and some of the other individuals that were talking about it, I was never even interested in it. And I'm not interested in it now, other than the fact that I can be a business owner inside of the metaverse. I
Mm.
want you to come buy Bitcoin from me in the metaverse. I want you to
Yeah.
take the Bitcoin that you buy from me and go in the metaverse and buy whatever the heck you want to, because you're going to need some coins and you got to get it from somebody. So when I look at the metaverse, I look at it a little bit different. Yeah, and I heard the young lady talking about geeking out about the botanicals and, you know,
Mhm.
like I'm not the one that's interested in exploring, and I can be real about that because we all have our different intricacies. So the
Right.
metaverse doesn't interest me for that. I'll go in there, and I don't want to go to a metaverse church, but I'll go see how many people are in the metaverse church. Like, why would you go to the metaverse church? Like, what is it about? What is it about the metaverse church that has thousands of people going? And I always think about what makes people tick. And just like the couple was saying before, find out how you can get involved business wise. That is the only reason I'm in the metaverse. And also learning what I need to be doing for the two little children that are in this. Well, I got four at home, but I got two right now that are in there. And I have to know what they're doing in the metaverse, right? So in order for me to know how to make them safe in the metaverse, I've got to go in there and see. And when I'm feeling threatened, thinking to myself, this is just a freaking computer, cut it off.
Mhm.
All of those things, those are the reasons I go into the metaverse, to figure out how to keep them safe. And not only just how to keep them safe, um, but really, again, business wise is my first reason to be. So I hope that helps. And
That
they're getting
does.
loud.
It absolutely helps. So, I help business owners find their place and their space into the metaverse. And so, what you're saying definitely rings true. Because as a business owner, that's all you care about is making sure that business is going to be sustainable in the future and being able
Yeah.
to be vibrant and vibe in the future. So no, there are lots of great things that are happening with people up and down the metaverse. They are finding ways to do all sorts of things.
Everything.
And it is amazing to me that all these folks are here. And when you're thinking about a future in the metaverse doesn't care, I don't think, yet. We haven't decided this yet. But the metaverse, there isn't like a universal currency. The idea is that everything is decentralized. And so there are a lot of, folks who are 100% for Bitcoin. There are folks who are for Ethereum. There are folks who are for what some folks call the middle. I won't use the other word for it, but everything else. And so, there's a whole lot of different things that are being utilized that are 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 happening left and right, and ways that people are finding success and I don't like to lean on this, but profit and just fulfillment in different
Right.
things. So it can be crypto, but it's also being able to expand and do things that you can't do in real life. So you have a brick and mortar in real life, and you're kind of, your funds make it so that you only have one place to be, or maybe you have a home office. But in the metaverse, you can expand that, and you can franchise, and you can fractionalize some real estate and siphon that off to other folks. And people are finding success in doing all sorts of things like that. So, Miss Naja, we want to let people know how to get in touch with you. So, what is coming up for you? What are you doing now? What is coming up for you? And then, how can people get a hold of you if they want to learn about Bitcoin and the programs that you have to offer?
So, what is next for me? We are gonna open up some more brick and mortars. I know we're talking about metaverse, but we're gonna be opening up some more brick and mortars. But our brick and mortars will actually have, when we find our right place, we're gonna have them inside of the metaverse as well. Um, and so they're called the Bitcoin Bank. So that's what's next for us. And then we're preparing for the Digital Financial Revolution Tour of 2023. And I just happened to have on the shirt this morning because I got up to get out the house and couldn't find the box. I'm moving, so I had to find the quickest thing. So I have on the shirt. But we're going to be doing 2023. We're going to be doing another tour. And so that's what's next for. Oh, and next week we'll be at the Black Blockchain Summit.
Yay!
I'm super excited about coming to DC to do that.
Yay. So yes, so definitely you guys support the Black Blockchain Summit that is coming up next week. Lots of great things are happening. Naja, do you want to close out with any additional words or any message that you want to get out? Just take a minute and tell that to the people.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that there's no right or wrong way to be in this space. Just like Nicole said, some people like Bitcoin, some people like Ethereum. Some people don't like one or the other. Some people like them all. Some people don't believe in the metaverse. Some people only believe in NFTs. However, you get in this space, you get in where you fit in, and don't let anybody change.
Uh-oh. They took her right on off. Here we go. You cut out for just a second. So you said
But
you
I
get in
know
how you fit in.
that was U-Haul calling me to tell me to bring this truck back.
Oh.
uh, you know, I keep it 100, so I gotta call them back real quick. But anyways,
All right.
Just get in where you fit in, and know that all things work together, and educate yourself on the other spaces so you know better, so you can do better. And so that's it for me. You can reach me. I'm Naja Roberts on all social medias. No underscores, no dots. Um, Nothing else other than Naja Roberts. I will never reach out to you to ask you to invest with me or anything like that. That's not what we do. So please be careful of scammers. And so with
Yes.
that, I'm going to get myself on this phone and let these folks know I'm on my way back.
All right. Naja, thank you so much for coming through. You always show up, and you are a dear friend. I appreciate you. Be safe out there, and we look forward to hearing from you and seeing you at the Black Blockchain Summit next week.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Nicole. You know, always thank you from
Right.
before the conference and after. Peace and blessings.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, you guys. That was the one and only Miss Naja Roberts, the crypto queen. Matter of fact, the one and the only. We are always delighted to have her come through and drop all the knowledge that she does. And when she drops that knowledge, you guys, it is up to us to pick that up and take it and run with it. And that is what she would want us to do. So you've got your directives. You've heard it here first. You heard it here. In addition to, kind of hearing her everywhere else, because she is a phenomenon. She is a phenomenal woman who is out here doing big things. And so we appreciate her. We are going to take a minute, and we're going to tap in with our sponsors. And so we're going to start off with one of our sponsors, who is actually coming to us every single day, but is touching Black people in a way that isn't really seen quite often. And so, the Black Business Olympics, the Black Business Expo, and right here on the Black Business Network, we are a part of one of the largest Black business efforts in the history of Black business in the world. And so, in the world, it is a broadcast that is heard around the globe. So the folks that you hear today, you may hear them, at some time in the future. Right now, it's September 2022. But you are able to hear them and see them and showcase these beautiful Black people talking about decentralization and the things that are making them move through this space and how they're finding success. And you may be able to find that historically anytime in the future. And so if you are here right now, you are seeing what we are doing, you are supporting what we are doing, please do join our community of Blackverse. That community is called Blackverse. We cut out the meta, and we did that on purpose with intention and intentionality, because meta is not a place for Black people in the future. We must understand and own our decentralization and decentralize ourselves from that, because they have come out and they said that they are going to be self-referential forever, for infinity and beyond. That is what they want. We have seen Facebook be egregious to us, to our communities. They have even appropriated the word meta for themselves. And so we must, as a people, recognize this stuff and take action. And that action is just decentralize. You do not have to be consumed. You do not have to be a consumer in this space, in Web3, and for the future, the decentralized metaverse. You are a producer. And so we are definitely proud of all of our Black businesses and making sure that Black business is on the forefront. And with that, we are going to have a quick word from a few of our sponsors. And while I am talking about those sponsors, I'm also going to say that we definitely, if you are in LA, please tap into the EE Testing Center that is out in LA. The EE Testing Center is run by Burt Rell. Burt Rell is a member of the community here in Blackverse, and he has been a proud supporter since day one of everything that we have done, and continues to do so on a regular basis. So we definitely support him and the effort out there at the EE Testing Center. If you need to have Pearson testing or have some sort of accreditation testing, that testing center is a place for you. So we're going to hear from them later on in our broadcast. But for now, we're going to tap into the Black Business Olympics with Dr. Eric Kelly III.
My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or
I am Black business. I am Black business. I am Black business. Do you support Black business? Yes, I do, because I am Black business. We are all business owners. A lot of us are business owners. Some of us are enthusiasts and entrepreneurs, but we are all finding our way in our space into the metaverse. For me, that journey started long ago, like birth. But for a lot of other people, they're just now awakening to the possibilities inside of and around and on top of and in the metaverse. So, what does that look like for you? Have you asked yourself, what does it look like to be in the metaverse? Have you asked yourself, what does it look like? What are the options for decentralization? Well, there are a lot of options, and you've seen a lot of them come up and show up today. Fred Brandon is a business owner, and he is about this Web3 space, and he is definitely on the road and showcasing what he's doing with his foundation and with education. It takes a moment, it takes a minute to get your toes dipped into Web3 and into the metaverse. There is an understanding that an awakening that has to take place. And so Fred Brandon is out telling people all about that, and he's going to come and tell us about his journey into decentralization. And so, with that said, Fred Brandon, hello, how are you?
Hey, Nicole, how's it going?
Hey, it's good. Now, see, I hear you all the time, but like to see you and like literally see you is kind of different. So,
Right.
good morning, and I'm looking forward to this. So, with that said, I'm gonna jump down and let you take the reins. Tell us about what you are doing and all about the Flames Foundation.
Definitely. All right. So thank you, Nicole. I appreciate the invite to be here at the Blackverse Summit, the very first one. I can't wait for the ones that's coming up every year from now on. So yeah, just to get into it, what we really want to talk about is the power of decentralization. And I know over the past couple of days, we've been hearing from a lot of great speakers about what it means to them and how we really should start thinking about this space. So I'm just going to jump straight in, give you just a small thing about me here. As Nicole mentioned, I am the executive director of the Flames Foundation. I am also a serial entrepreneur. I run multiple businesses, whether it's brand new technologies or the Flames Technology Centers. I've been in the technology space for over 20 years. And one of the things that you know about IT is it's constantly changing, it's constantly evolving, and we have to evolve with it, right? So, one of the things I always like to use is this slide. I also have another one from Darwin, but this kind of conceptualizes everything that we know about IT. The only thing that we know that's constant is change. And if you've been in this field long enough, you understand that if you've learned something today, it may be extinct by tomorrow, right? You just have to keep learning. You have to keep pushing yourself, trying to figure out where things are headed, where things are going. Has this been, has this been kind of like pushed to the side? Are we doing something totally different? And this evolves across everything that we do, whether it's in business or as well as in education. So, we talk about, Web3 and blockchain and all these jargony terms that we've been hearing, for the last couple of days, for the last couple of months, the last couple of years, but we may not necessarily know what it is and why we should care about it, right? So let's try to, dial it back and try to figure out where we've been to where we're going. So if you, know about Web 1, it's kind of, we were just pretty much in that read phase, right? We go to, a website, we're just kind of, taking in content. If we're thinking about this as a business aspect, because I talk to a lot of different businesses, then we're thinking about, well, we just really need to go get that website, right? We have the ourbusinessname.com. So now we can put our information out there. People can find us. They can they can buy from us, they can do different things. We started to graduate into this Web 2 era, where we started to have to go to all these different platforms, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, all these different places. But we had to start finding our at, right? We had to have our at business name, right? So we had to make sure we found that. And the problem with this is because we had to find this per centralized entity, right? So you couldn't just buy it once and it goes across all platforms. You had to go to Twitter to get it, and then you had to go to Facebook to get it. You had to go to Instagram to get it. And then, if there were people who wanted to get it before you, you may have to pay a pretty penny to get that. And that we've seen that in Web 1 as well as Web 2. But now we're getting into this Web 3, where we now have these other decentralized entities, whether it is mybusinessname.eth or .crypto or .nft. We have the ability to not necessarily just give all of our information over to these platforms like we were in Web 2, but now we have the ability to kind of own it for ourselves, right? We have the ability to have the money sent directly to us, whether we're using a .eth or we're using it in different realms of Web 3. And I'm going to jump into Web 3 as in a holistic manner as much as I can, because from the next slide, you'll see it's huge, right? There's so many different things that you can do with Web 3. And, whether it's the browser, the wallets, gaming, L1, L2, this is actually an old slide. And, if you've seen the new graphic for this, it's even more, because there's more layer 2s and things like the Lightning Network and things that we're constantly building. As I said, in IT, something is constantly changing, so we have to evolve with it. Some of the things that we might have been doing, a week ago, it may be antiquated. We may have to figure out a new way, or there may have been a security flaw that we had to get into, and that we need to start changing it up. So Web3, as you see, there's so many different aspects to it. But I like to break it down into 5 areas. And I know it's hard to do that from everything that you see here, but I like to break it down into 5 areas. And so what I like to say is blockchain, NFTs, cryptocurrency, metaverse, and web development. Now, there are so many aspects to all 5 of those, but just understand, as we saw on the previous graphic, there are so many different ways that we can find our path into Web3. So, we talk about, jobs, we talk about, education, we talk about, all these things that's going on, but where do we fit in, right? We can understand that there are a lot of jobs and a lot of companies who have already started to embrace blockchain technology. So whether we are looking to, be a part of those companies, or, if we've already a part of that company and we have to change it up a little bit, we have to understand new processes. We have to understand, how this affects my job. There are a lot more reasons why you need to start delving down into this information, whether it's, like I said, whether it's just understanding the blockchain as a whole, or maybe your job is starting to, produce dApps that you may not necessarily be aware of how they work, or, the interface to your website is changing. You have to understand, well, how does this affect me? So there are a lot of different institutions that are using it in multiple different ways, whether they're using Bitcoin as a payment processor, or if they're using Ethereum for, having some type of smart contract that they're running, or, McDonald's. We see a lot of different big names there: McDonald's, Home Depot, Starbucks, Microsoft. Not just the tech companies are using blockchain technology, but we're finding different ways and different capabilities for this Web3 infrastructure. So, one of the things that we've really been talking about, especially, just the name of this summit, the Blackverse, there are a lot of companies that are using, that are already in a metaverse. And one of the things I like to talk to a lot of different companies is make sure that you are establishing yourself within the metaverse in some capacity, right? As I mentioned before, there used to be a lot of different, we'll just put it like this: people would buy names early. and then try to extort them later, right? And it was those type of things that we've seen in Web 1 and Web 2, and it could easily happen in Web 3. I've seen it already where, a lot of people were not getting into it quick enough. And then it was like, hey, I have your .eth name, or I have your likeness in the metaverse. Would you like to buy it? Right? And it's those type of things. So as a business owner, as whether you're running a Fortune 500 business, whether you're running your own small business, even if you have your personal brand, it is critical that you really start to delve into the Web3 environment and try to figure out where you fit in, right? So even if it's not even in your game plan for the next 6 months, at least buy your name. At least, I think that was one of the things that we've always said, own your own name, your own domain name. That's the least you can do to start to establish a brand. And you want to do the exact same thing in the Web3 world. You want to be able to establish yourself, even if it's not on your immediate game plan to build into the metaverse. We're not saying go and buy a big plot of land in Decentraland or any of that right now. But at the same time, start to look into it, start to figure out your game plan, but at least, start, easily by, securing your name and things of that sort. And as we see, there are so many different areas, whether it's fashion, e-commerce, entertainment, gaming. There's so many different ways that people are using using the metaverse to their advantage. So I just want to wrap this up a little bit. I know I talk a little fast sometimes, but we need to try to figure out where we fit, right? And this involves, making sure that we have the skills to get there, whether it is data science, is blockchain, and this is know-how in any type of order, because this, as we talked about in IT, things change. So where do you fit into this Web3 atmosphere, right? Whether it's data science, project management, innovation management, blockchain, web development. There's so many different areas where you can start to use some of the skills that you currently have, maybe in your present job, and you may want to switch over into IT, or you want to build upon the skills because you understand where things are going. Whether it is AI that's replacing a lot of jobs, blockchain is definitely replacing a lot of jobs, but at the same time, they're creating a lot of jobs. So you want to be able to make sure that you're understanding the future of work, and also future-proofing yourself to make sure that you have this the ability to keep going on and not getting left behind because some type of automation or some type of new processes that your company may be implementing may be replacing you. So definitely look at this, check out, screenshot this if you can, rewind it if you missed anything. And it kind of brings me to my company, the foundation that we spoke about, the Fred Brandon Flames Foundation, is really all about this. We want to make sure that we are educating, underserved communities, making sure that we have these processes in place, these resources in place, that you're able to get trained up. Some of the things that we are seeing, whether it's McDonald's that's going into robotic arms and robots that's delivering food. Still not sure how many people are still eating inside McDonald's, but they have that ability to deliver food in some of these restaurants, right? So some of the jobs that you may have held before are definitely getting replaced with IT. So we want to make sure that, our community especially is not being left behind. So the Flames Foundation is all about helping people find themselves in the IT careers, as well as financial literacy. So we started last year in 2021, and our main areas of focus was, blockchain, Web3, of course, cybersecurity, data, and financial literacy. One of the things that's really big on me is understanding how all of these play together, right? If you are looking for a job in project management, if you're looking for a job in cybersecurity or data, all of those jobs has the ability to fit right into the Web3 infrastructure. So just say you're not a techie, you don't like code, you don't necessarily feel like you want to create dApps. You have the ability to use some of those skills that you have in your current job, or maybe go into a different field like data or project management, where you can use some of those skills that you currently have into the future. So we want to make sure we have that those resources are available. We led a huge program this year where we got over 10,000 people into data analytics, because that is one of the areas that we identified as being most valuable, and it goes across a lot of different areas. So if you would like to learn more about the foundation, make sure you go visit fbflamesfoundation.org. We are a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit organization, so feel free to donate. We are always looking for donations, sponsors, things of that sort, so we can grow our programs and we can also, build for the future. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me, fredbrandon.info, fbflamesfoundation.org, as well as IMF Brandon, pretty much on all social media. Thanks. As well as LinkedIn.
Man, Fred, wow. Thank you so much for coming through. We're always excited and happy and thankful when we hear from you. And you're, always full of information. You are definitely tapping into those bigger organizations out there that are looking to come to this side. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate your journey into decentralization. You guys definitely tap into the Flames Foundation. And hook up with Fred, because we all need donations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I guarantee you we will not say no.
Right.
Right? All right. Thanks, Fred. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Nicole.
All right, you guys, you are watching now live the Power of Decentralization Conference, brought to you by the Blackverse Metaverse community. We are here today in day 2 of our wonderful journey into decentralization. This is the Power of Decentralization Conference, brought to you by Blackverse. Blackverse is a part of the Black Multiverse Enterprise. It is also a community of people who are giving and understanding and on this journey into the metaverse. And so this year, we kicked off our life as Blackverse, and we are constantly trying to question things. Why are we decentralized? Why are we decentralized? What does decentralization mean to us? And what does it mean to be decentralized? Like, what are the different levels of decentralization? How do we show up? And how do we make sure that this space retains its principles of decentralization? Over the last few months, we have seen time and time again these large organizations come through and not exactly honor our principles. And so now we're recognizing that there's a shift going on in decentralization and what it means to people. But I am thankful for you all joining us, no matter where in the world you are joining us today. You are on the Black Business Network. And so I thank you for coming through. Hello to our family over at Pod TV, and to everyone else who is watching as well. Thank you for being present and for being here. So the metaverse, what is that and how do we get there? The metaverse is coming. It is the next iteration of the internet. It is built upon the technology of blockchain and the principles of decentralization brought to us by Web3. There are 2 metaverses out there, and one of those metaverses will have us being forever consumers, locked into a space where we are having a lot of fun. We are represented by a virtual character, an avatar, and we are experiencing things in different fashion. But that metaverse is not the one that we are trying to build. The metaverse that we are trying to build is the one that is decentralized, the one that is built on the blockchain, and the one that honors the principles of Web3. That metaverse is one where we are owners, we are creators, we are producers in this world, and we are recoupers of the things that we produce. So that crypto comes back to us tenfold. And so that is what we are thinking about in the ways that we are presenting the metaverse and what decentralization is. The decentralization means something different to everybody. We've heard that today. We've heard that yesterday. We heard from people who are making waves as musicians. We heard about Afrofuturism and the metaverse. We've seen people doing amazing things with NFTs, and a world-renowned fashion designer, Cos Couture, who is creating digitals for the future. The future is decentralized. And so what is really cool about that is that we're going to have avatars. Our avatars are going to represent us in these 3D virtual spaces, regardless of whether that avatar is going to be one that is your hands only, or a full-on, full-bodied avatar that looks and breathes like you do, or one that is out of this world. We are going to be represented in these virtual spaces by our new virtual friends, our avatars. You heard Artsy and I talking about how we have relationships with our avatars. You've been able to meet my avatar if you're catching up with us on the Meta Mindshift show. I showed up as technical a couple weeks ago. You should catch the replays. But our avatars gotta look good, man. So now we have Christopher Webster, who is going to come to us and talk to us about the Avatar Convention Center. But before we go to Christopher, we are going to tap into everything that we experienced yesterday. So yesterday we had some amazing community members come to us and talk to us about their steps into decentralization, and we want to definitely pay them some honor. So here we go. I groove to that song because it's groovable. So with that said, you guys, thank you to all of our speakers from yesterday who came through, who showed up and showed out. We had 3 major announcements yesterday. One, Marcus Carey received a $50,000 grant for his creation that has to do with payroll and cryptocurrency and the way that our wallets work. We look forward to seeing that full project roll out. So congratulations just to a brother who was out here doing some amazing, wonderful things. We had Cos Couture drop her brand new jackets for men. So for the fellas, there are now fidgetals, and she is creating jackets for male counterparts as well as the originals for the females. And then we had Grand Wu, who came to us with his rendition called Wave. And that is his music that is out and available on OpenSea and several other places. I want to say we saw the name. I won't say the name if it's not right. But we saw that is available. And he told us how artists are changing the game. You can let somebody buy your song for 30 seconds. If that's all they want to listen to, they can buy that clip. Or you can give them a 5-minute listen, and they just pay you in crypto for that. And so I think that there's some really cool use cases. There are always cool use cases for the future as we think about where we are heading. But again, when we are represented here, we are going to be represented by our avatars. And so with that said, Christopher Webster is going to come to us and talk to us about the Avatar Convention Center. And I might even be able to jump in there and check it out while we are talking. So Christopher, come on up, K-Bot.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're loud and clear. You sound amazing. How are you this morning?
I'm well, thank you, Nicole. You look great. You sound great. It's about 8:25 here in beautiful Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley. I'm in Northridge. And LA, it's early here for us.
It's early. I hear you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you take it away. If you want me to pull it up, let me know, and I will jump in there.
Oh, sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Technical. This has been a fantastic experience watching you build the Blackverse and the power of decentralization through the meta mind shift. Everyone listening, we are at a very important moment in history. This is the first time in the history of humanity that you can own a digital asset as a security, as a cryptocurrency. So what that means is, before now, when you hear a song, when you look at a piece of art, it's always dealt with some paperwork. And we know how people do paperwork. It's like, well, I wrote this, it says that, I lost it, she owns it, he has it, it got thrown away, you signed this. Well, now we have blockchain technology, which eliminates that on as an NFT. So NFT means that it's a non-fungible token. You can tokenize anything: art, movies, music, objects, your name, food you cook. It's hard to explain in an elevator pitch, but in my opinion, the NFTs is probably one of the most important things that's ever happened to humanity. And I know that's saying a lot, and maybe people out there hearing this will say, well, I don't understand. Well, please try and understand, and take an hour a week, just 1 hour a week, to learn something about this space, because it's coming like a freight train and it will affect you. And I'm sorry to say this, but America's behind when it comes to sharing and caring. America's about that dollar bill, y'all. They want to make money, and they don't want you to find out something before they do. And when I say they, I'm referring to corporations. So the corporations are coming into this NFT space like, oh, well, since this is something new and it's technology we can use, we want to monetize this. To hell with everything else. We want to make money off of it. We don't care who knows about it. And it's an alarm. I myself, Christopher Webster K-Bot, feel like this is a state of emergency. And every day, with friends like Nicole and Artsy and others in the NFT, blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, metaverse world, are doing everything we can to educate and onboard our family and friends. We have sacrificed so many things that we love and enjoy to get in front of this world. If you could imagine the internet when it first started, if you can imagine the telephone when it first started, if you can imagine airplanes when it first started, if you can imagine electricity, when electricity first came out, there were people there who were saying, well, what's that? I don't know about that. I don't care. And there are other people who were saying, this is how the future is going to be, and we must understand this. The difference now is we have the internet to learn about this stuff. So there's actually no excuse. This period is a pivotal moment for the history of humanity, the history of your lives, the history of your family, your school, your work, your existence, and everything around you is going to have a digital twin. We are moving into a digital society. And I mean everything. If you look at your home, you look at all these products, your refrigerator, the table, the toilet, the chairs, the walls, the sky, everything around you is going to have a digital copy, right? So there's going to be two versions of that. There's going to be a centralized version of the digital copy, which the corporations are doing their damn best right now to scoop up and control. And then there's a decentralized version of the digital twin, which is a peer-to-peer value system that people like you and me and Nicole and others in cryptocurrency value system, that we can exchange digital assets and even money amongst each other and loan each other in banks and value, that we want to also bring on alongside that centralized space. these corporations like Facebook and Google and Amazon and Microsoft, they have trillions of dollars to spend and play with. And they are actively keeping this information hush hush while they're building it or while they're trying to learn it, even though this space was started first by people. Satoshi Nakamoto created Bitcoin right after the housing bubble because they gave all that money to the banks and they didn't give mainstream nothing. Okay. So the banks, the corporations, they're all coming in here and they want to run and rule this world. They're after your data, they're after your money, they're after your time, and they're after your heart and your brain. And I can't stress enough how important it is to learn this stuff. There's no school teaching it. There's no college or organization that's expert at it. It's the first time in history that everyone is at the same point to learn something. You cannot get a degree in NFTs. You cannot get a degree in Metaverse. You cannot get a degree in blockchain technology. No one is an expert, but people are starting to show up all of a sudden like they're experts because they're preying off your ignorance. And we are sounding the alarm today, tomorrow, and as much as possible for you guys to get in here. Now, I created the Avatar Convention Center. It is virtual real estate on the Ethereum blockchain in the Voxels virtual world. I don't want to say metaverse because it's a 3D virtual world. And in there, we have events, we have fashion shows, and I create digital wearables. We have music events, we have classes, and we show movies and have community, decentralized community. And the difference in this community is we own our money, we own our identity, and we own our community. Every platform that you're on right now, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Roblox, Minecraft, they own you. They don't own you, but they own your data and they own your community. And if they want to turn the lights out at any moment, they can do that. And you won't have any way to work through that. So this is an opportunity to go decentralized. Now, I'm not saying do everything decentralized, but we need to focus on decentralization because we've been centralized our entire lives. So it does not hurt us to try something a little different because what do we got to lose? So I'm a planner right there. Right now, Technico is showing you the Avatar Convention Center. We do birthday parties in here. We do fashion shows. We do concerts. We do education. We have all types of characters. It has 5 floors. Now, what you're looking at might look like it might look like an animation. It's a 3D world. But what you all must know is in the future, this is going to be 8K resolution. All this cartoony stuff is going to look better than reality. Okay, I got some Star Wars stuff in there. It has 5 floors. Nicole, if you could go to you could teleport to the marketplace. If you go over there, right there to one of those, you can actually push the 3rd one. And Technicol's NFTs are up there and also. Exactly. So this is where I sell toys, shoes, wearables, music, clothes, and these are all NFTs, y'all. Now, I know it looks kind of like cartoony. It looks kind of like, oh, this is a bunch of kids stuff. Well, you might be right, but guess what? It's all valuable. These are all digital assets that can be bought and sold and have value. Now, there's a Blockchain Innovation Act on Congress right now to turn your digital assets into currency. So in the future, you might be able to pay your rent or pay your mortgage with one of these toys. You might be able to enter a concert. You might be able to go on a plane ride. You might take a loan out on, oh yeah, and there's Technicol's NFT right there. So I have an NFT Hall of Fame, and all of these are teleport links to our community's NFTs to their NFT. And this actual place, the Avatar Convention Center, in itself is an NFT. And I heard you talking about Culture, who is a wonderful friend. She has Fidgetals. Fidgetals is the digital and physical together. So now if you buy some Artifact Nikes, you buy some Nikes from Artifact, you get a digital twin that you can put on your avatar. I need to get my butt up in there. Yeah, that's me, K-Bot. I'm going to sign into there and just let you all know that if you find out about this, you too can be a billionaire really fast, because, well, not really fast, but you can learn about it alongside the billionaires, which is something they don't want. They really don't want you to be in front of them ever. That's why they're being very quiet about it. Now, if you go on TikTok or Facebook and try and talk about this stuff, you know, they just want you to dance around and be clowny and clown around and do silly stuff. They don't talk much about NFTs because that's what can free you. This stuff is going to free you, your family, and it's generational wealth. There's digital real estate, there's digital clothes, there's digital communities, and it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay. So I've just signed on to, and I'm gonna put on my robot.
Yay! So you're gonna come in here with me?
Yeah, I'm coming. Sorry, I talked too much.
No, you're fine. So this is actually really good. We are waiting for our next speaker, so we got some time, so it's cool. So we are here in the Avatar Convention Center, you guys. And so what you're seeing is me walk around in this space, like we've done in some of the other metaverse spaces. And when I'm clicking on these NFTs, I'm seeing certain things. But K-Bot, can you tell us about you? So in real life, what do you do?
Okay, in real life, I am an events manager and a human resources manager on hiatus. I create wearables, NFT wearables now for clients, and I also I'm a metaverse real estate architect. So I'm going into real estate. I own this space, this Avatar Convention Center. I bought this place for 1.6 ETH, and I built it. So I build virtual real estate. And here I am, Nicole. I'm right next to you. Can you see me?
I see you. You're anonymous.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm in
you
my
got.
robot. I love robots, you guys. So I make robot wearables. I did not make this art right here, but I did build this building that you're walking through. And I believe in the future. See, this is the future of websites. Websites are going to be 3D.
Right.
This flat is not, going to last. Can you guys hear what's happening inside of here?
They should be able to hear it a little bit. I actually turned it down because it was a little loud, but
I'm sorry. I'm talking.
No.
I'm probably talking loud myself.
No, not you, me. Like my computer sound was loud.
Just to give you an overview of what we were talking about the principles and the philosophies behind creating decentralized, distributed, people-powered technologies, that you would want to have a consensus approach that would be as fair as proof of work and as scalable as proof of stake, which is why we discussed the different approaches. We use something that we call a proof of power, which is 50% proof of work, 50% proof of stake. That is in the optimized for a CPU and equalized against other more powerful computing tools. So that was what we talked about as the blockchain piece. We haven't spoken about self-sovereign identity and the identity layer, which I think is something.
Yeah, so real quick, this gentleman was speaking about self-sovereign identity. Right now, when you go to a profile, or let's say you have your profile on your TikTok or your Facebook, your profile is a picture, and that is actually your flat avatar. But in the 3D space, your profile is your avatar. Okay, and in a decentralized metaverse such as this, you own it. So if you go over to Roblox or Minecraft, they own it. The clothes that I'm wearing on my robot right now are my NFTs that I created, which I sell on OpenSea, just like Technical has her wonderful art on OpenSea. And we can trade, if we wanted to, through cryptocurrency, our own wearables and our own art as valuable assets, okay? And Technicol's wonderful art could one day be worth millions, okay?
Yes, millions. Go get that right now before that happens.
We're speaking into existence. You too, listener, who is listening. Oh, she getting down and she dancing. I'm gonna dance too. You know what? I'm gonna actually show you too. Look what my avatar can do. You see what my avatar can do?
Wait, hold on.
Can you see me?
Oh yeah. So I don't see your clothes, but I see you. I wish I could see your robot clothes because your robot gear is hot.
I'm not. Oh my goodness! Why am I looking anonymous?
You're
I gotta refresh this. This is something happening here. Oh, you know what? You have to refresh.
Oh, is it me?
Okay. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna try it one more time and come right back. But these are my NFTs. Like everything around here is my NFTs. There you go. Okay, that's my robot now. You can see me now, right?
I see you. I see you. I see you.
Right.
So break that down though. Break that down. Like what you're wearing is an NFT. Okay.
What I'm wearing is my NFT. I got trapped.
You know that happens.
Right. You can get trapped.
You learn to get over that. It happens.
All new. So if you remember the internet when it first started, how for those of you who are old enough, the internet was very grainy. It was very choppy and clunky. Well, that's where we are now with these metaverses. No metaverse is complete. No world is perfect. There's going to be all types of glitches and stuff, but that's why it's important to get in now, because in the future, this stuff is going to be so dope. It's going to look like the X-Men. It's going to look like Captain Marvel. And I mean reality. You can have 8K resolution flying around. You could be a superhero, a chicken, a mermaid, a dolphin, Thanos, whatever you want to be. But we're not gonna, you would create your own or buy your own type of NFT that is not, branded. But there are going to be independent artists out there that can create what you want. And yes, you can make a picture of yourself, a 3-dimensional twin of yourself. This is Voxel's metaverse, meaning it's blocky. It's like the adult version of Minecraft. Okay, but we own this. And guess what? There's no middleman. There's no bank. There's no corporation. There's nobody in between you and your virtual decentralized digital world. Okay, and that's huge because now you need people's permission. You sign their terms of service. You don't even really know what in the world you're signing up to. But in a decentralized blockchain metaverse, you are the terms of service. You create what you want. You decide what your data is going to be. You decide what you're going to pay for. You decide who's going to get it with the smart contracts. Okay, so and there's jobs. Dubai has just committed to $1 trillion of turning their entire world into a digital twin.
Yep.
So when I say jobs, there's jobs in architecture. There's jobs in creating furniture. There's jobs to sell your music, your goods, your services. There's jobs for video streaming. There's jobs in advertisement. Yes, there are. Even though in this metaverse they're trying to keep decentralized out, but I don't know how long that's going to last. You can be a consultant for NFTs. You can work in architecture, like I said. You can also design code, and code is really important because all of the NFTs can be coded to do different things. Now, can I take you right behind you, Nicole, is one of our classrooms. This is a Metaverse education classroom that we have events at, and we onboard in here and we teach. So I'm gonna give it back to you, Nicole, and let everybody know that this is a huge opportunity. I don't care when you're seeing this, please get on this because this is the way of the future. 3D websites. Flat is good, but flat is about to go 3D, and you want to be a part of that and get in on this because the opportunities here are in the trillions. So I don't know what y'all doing dancing on TikTok. Get it out of your system. If you're doing anything of leisure, take 5% of your time, 10% of your time, and learn about NFTs, blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, and the metaverse, because this is where it's going, and you don't want to be complaining that you didn't get a piece of this. This is
Yeah.
it. Okay, let me shut up because I'm too hyped up now. You know what I'm saying? I'm hyped.
Okay, but you know what? You're a wealth of information. You are the avatar genius, and you embody your actual your K-bot. He is with you at all times, and I think that that's pretty cool in both realities. So, like in reality and virtual reality. But how can people get in touch with you?
Okay, thank you for saying that. Everyone, I'm K-Bot Universe on Instagram. I know you guys are there, all right? If you're on IG, Instagram, let me pull up my link tree. So I'm gonna go downstairs and go get my link tree.
Okay.
All right. I'm actually go get it. Hold on.
So K-Bot Universe, we are building out metaverses, but yes, that is, you exist in other spaces. And so K-Bot, I know your home is crypto voxels, but where else do you like to parlay with your avatar?
Okay, well, it's mainly voxels at this moment. I do go to Decentralization. I'm working to build out in Sandbox. I work with a program called Blender, which is free. Blender.org can allow you to create your own 3D models. And you can export that into Unity. And Unity is where you have things like GTA, Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite. You can build things from Blender to import into those types of places, or looks. Actually, I'm in spatial.io. And I'm going to go over to On Cyber. But I live here. This is my home. My home is Voxels because you can access this one by your phone. And when you come in here, you don't have to do any type of, terms of service. So if you guys, I was bringing my thing up here, but I can't see it now. I was bringing my, oh, there it is. So on Linktree or on, okay, my Instagram is two things. I'm KBot Universe in Instagram, but I'm also Mr. K. Mr. K World is who I am on Instagram. Mr. K World. Okay. I'm this handsome bald dude. All right. But KBot Universe is my alter ego avatar. And I think everyone in the future is going to have an alter ego, just like, you got to have a alias. Like Superman had Clark Kent, Batman has Bruce Wayne. Well, I'm Christopher Webster with K-Bot, and I also have a kids club in here with my robot puppet show, which will be rolling out soon. But Mr. K on Mr. K World on Instagram and K-Bot Universe on Instagram is where you can find me, and it's Chris with a K. Christopher Webster is where you can find me on other spaces like whack ass Facebook. I'm sorry if I triggered anybody. But
exactly. So we want to definitely, you guys, tap in with K-Bot because he is the man to go to for something called wearables, and that is fashion that your avatar can wear. Especially in voxels, you saw what he was wearing, and
change right now to something. Watch this, everybody. Watch me change.
Oh wait, I'm not showing. Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Do it again. Okay. Oh, that's a whole new outfit. Whoa.
Right, that's a whole nother. I'm not even facing you. Okay, so you can change your avatars in anything. I'm sorry about that. So I'm done. Yeah, I make wearables. When you want wearables in your different metaverses, please hit me up. When you want real estate 3D websites, I also make NFT music for music people, and I can help you get your music NFT off the ground. Your wearables, your digital real estate, and your NFT music. But yeah, we're into wearables over here. We sell them, and you guys can to dress up your avatars in different metaverses and look fly. And we do customize them, and we do them for groups. So
Let me
I'll
ask you something,
yeah.
Kbot. So, like, I am wearing my dashiki NFT from the dashiki NFT community that I won from the African Museum of the Metaverse conference.
Mhm.
I have a question for you. So, I am not a regular in Crypto Voxel, so I may just be doing this wrong, but I'm clipping. And so as a gamer, like that literally is one thing that will drive me absolutely batty. Is there something I can do about clipping, or is it just because I put on my shirt wrong? Is it backwards? What did I do?
When you say clipping, you mean
You see
you're
how like
constantly
I'm dancing and my arm comes forward,
right.
and you
You
can
know,
see that.
I thank you for asking that. The act of actually putting on your wearable is within itself a a barrier of entry. It's actually a whole nother job that could be in the future. A
It
job
is.
of the future in the metaverse is actually helping people dress their avatars. Okay, there's so much to do. There's so much to do that's why if you guys want to make some money, you should come into these metaverse worlds and figure out what you can do to fit in because every single thing is in demand. Everything, creating avatars, dressing avatars, education, crypto wallets, understanding the difference between hot and cold wallets, understanding the difference between cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum and Doge and Solana, Cardano, XRP, and on and on and on. And it's important that you know that because we all have wallets and purses. Well, I have wallets and I'm a dude, but don't you want to know how you can get your hands on some other money that's showing up? I know I do, especially if they're going to be spending it and you don't want to be left behind this time. And this
Yeah.
is the moment where you can learn it. So there ain't no excuses. They want to shove all types of other important things down your throat to make you smile and have fun. At the
Mhm.
same time, they're quietly building these worlds right under your noses. And we cannot allow that this time. Not this time. I don't care if you're 90 years old, if you're 5 years old. This is something to learn. Is we've had enough of just being entertained all the time. It's time to learn. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
like I've sacrificed a whole lot of things I love so I could be up in this stuff, and I don't regret it at all because these corporations have indoctrinated us to have value systems to make us believe, no, this is what you're supposed to care about. You're supposed to think about this. You're supposed to watch these people run and chase this thing around while we make all this money and they'll tell you how they're making money. But now they can't do that. You can
Yeah.
do it. Okay, let me shut up.
No, you're fine. Like we all go in, right? Like it's like because it's true. And so we all have that moment where it's like, you know what, I'm gonna start talking about this and I'm not gonna stop because that's how the spirit moves in this
Mm.
place and space. It is definitely true. And you can see it, it's evident on everybody. And I would also say thank you, Kayla, because
Thank you
you woke
so
us
much,
up
Nicole.
to the power of decentralization in voxels. And we look forward to everything that you're creating now and in the future. Before you go, we did just wrap up, but before we go, I want to ask you, you purchased land. And so a
Correct.
lot of people have questions about that. And I know that you had some difficulty, but can you talk about just the process for purchasing the land for a couple of minutes? Just what does that mean to you and how does it empower you on the other side after you've actually acquired it now? And what do you think about it in comparison to purchasing land in traditional spaces?
Okay, thank you for asking. To purchase land in a decentralized virtual world, i.e., metaverse, you need to have crypto in your wallet. And let's say you wanted to buy land in where we were just at in Voxels. That's on the Ethereum blockchain. So you must have a MetaMask wallet with Ethereum in it. So research is what's important to understand the difference between decentralized and centralized worlds, virtual worlds, metaverses, and learning on the trends inside of there. It's very important to understand very carefully and eliminate any FOMO. And let me just say this in this whole world, please, please, please don't rush. I did make that mistake because I wanted I wanted a waterfront. The Avatar Convention Center is a waterfront property, and I did buy it during the bull market, which means it was very expensive. It was thousands of dollars. I don't even want to tell you how much, but it's important to understand which blockchain you want to work on. Ethereum is for me, and you must first, before you make a purchase, understand these exchanges. Because I took money out of my bank account, my fiat bank account, and uploaded several $1,000s into Coinbase, which was a huge mistake because it was my very first time. What I should have done and what I recommend you do, any transaction, do a very, very small transaction first, because when you first exchange money into crypto, they have to verify you, and it takes a very long time, up to 15 to 20 days almost. So during that time, when you buy that cryptocurrency in huge bulks and it's your first time, they still have to verify you, and the market is very volatile. It can go up or down. So that was a huge mistake I made. And the mistake I made was not making a small transaction first of loading cryptocurrency into my Coinbase instead of the first time I did a whole lot of money. And I wish someone was there to tell me about that. So please do your research, take your time, but it is the way of the future. And all these corporations, Dolce & Gabbana, Gucci, Tommy Hilfiger, Nike, just all these, huge brands are buying digital real estate over in Decentraland. I'm sure we all know about Snoop Dogg over in Sandbox and how somebody spent $450,000 to be Snoop Doggy Dogg's neighbor. This stuff is real, and it is as important because you can rent your virtual real estate. People will be renting it to sell things, to park their digital assets, to have experience, to have concerts, to have classes. So every business, in my opinion, will have virtual real estate, and digital real estate and digital assets may someday surpass reality, especially when it comes to wearables. Because I want to look fly in the metaverse. Like, you only just see my picture. I'd rather be dressed up in the metaverse than in real life, because if all my friends and interactions and business is online with people all over the world 24 hours a day, nobody could be around 24 hours a day, but you can be in the metaverse with your avatars. So your avatar is going to need a place to be. Your experiences and your events and your services and your products are going to need a place to live, and that's why the digital real estate is important. And I know we've all seen what's happening to the shopping malls. They're pivoting. I mean, they're like 30% empty all over the country. All these shopping malls, you go there, there's a lot of people not there. It costs a lot of money to rent real retail, to rent brick and mortar. So a lot of companies are just going to go full digital on us. So I'll just, of course you have to store your body and live in a home, but you can even have a digital twin of your home. You can sell your house now and have a digital copy of it and sell it for more.
Right. You said so much that was so true. And, I have clients who are listening. And so now, you're echoing all the things that I say, which is amazing. And it's just important that people understand you absolutely need to do your own research about this space. You have to understand how it works so that you can bring yourself and your business and your avatar here and make something, because we are in the stage of this where it is foundational. We are creating the foundations now for the future. So Kayla, I want to thank you so much for coming through. Thank you for sharing the Avatar Convention Center, and congratulations.
Did you really, everyone, please support Nicole. She's been a queen. She's onboarded me and taught me a lot of what I know, and I owe her everything. I owe her so much. I really appreciate and care and love of you, Technical. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. I appreciate you. Be here anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Really
I'm not crying on this show.
You're amazing. You're amazing. And you'll always be in the Avatar Convention Center NFT Hall of Fame.
Awesome.
Anything you want to do there, we got you. Okay.
Hey, let's do it. We're gonna plan something. so that
Please.
we can put this on the forefront, because what you've done here is absolutely fascinating. And it deserves to be lauded and highlighted and showcased. And so I'm excited for all the things that are coming for you. And now that this is broadcast on a global network, hopefully those opportunities, y'all get in touch with KBot. He's giving you the information at KBot, Mr. K Universe.
It's actually Mr. K World on Instagram.
Sorry. There we go.
KBot Universe on Instagram.
There we go. KBot Universe and Mr. K World. Get in touch. Thank you, KBot. Oops. All right. So I want to definitely say thank you to everybody who has tapped into us today. We have some more going, and so we have a few extra things. We are going to take a short break and definitely tap back into our sponsors, and then we are going to start the after party. So we scheduled this to end. We are waiting for one more speaker to come through, but then we have the after party and additional speakers after that. So stay tuned, y'all, because we have some really cool things coming up. I want to thank my entire community, those who are here, those who could not be here, and those who wanted to be here but were at work. Sorry for y'all, but we had a good time. And I'm definitely thankful for all members of the Blackverse community who have showed up and showed out, who always show up and show out when I call on you to do things and you are wanting to get connected and know more about decentralization. I highly recommend the Blackverse community as a way to do that. So tap in. So if anything that you've heard today or yesterday has definitely been impactful for you, please tap in, because our community is ever growing. We are a part of the Black multiverse. And so I have lots of things to announce when it comes to that, but we are not quite ready to make those announcements. Not today. I was hoping we'd be able to make those announcements today, but we're not ready yet. So I will say that our board is building, and we have some great people who are on the board so far, and some other extensions that have happened. And we are looking to definitely continue to build up. So if you are interested in being a part of something that is absolutely out of this world and miraculous, please do tap in. We are open to sponsorship. We are open to donation, and we are open to support from everybody in our community and in all of our communities across the globe. So not just in the US, we are an international, interdimensional, global, worldwide organization. And we are here to stay. We're not going anywhere anytime soon or at all ever. So this is something that is very important to not only to me, but to a lot of people in this community, that we have a place to go when it comes to being decentralized in the future of the metaverse. So my name is Nicole Maxwell. I am happy to have been able to be here with you and to host the first half of this with you yesterday and today. The after party is going to get going here in a few moments. But until then, we're going to hear from a few of our sponsors, and we're going to kick things off with this one. Yes, and we also are sponsored by Artsy. Artsy in VR came through yesterday, and she showed us just exactly why she is one of the top 25 women in the metaverse, and all of the creations that she's been working on over the last few years birthing new life into virtual reality and social VR spaces. She is definitely my go-to designer for literally most of my customers, not all of them, but most of them, because she is just simply fascinating and wonderful. When it comes to creating things in voxel spaces, we have Christopher Webster, who definitely tapped into us and was allowed, or was showing us the Avatar Convention Center. We are thankful to Pod TV, who is watching, and we are happy and thankful for Pod TV and the support that they show throughout everything and broadcasting on the Black Business Network as well. And we could not do this without our producer, and his name is the one and only Mark Lee. You can find him at Blues Radio and Blues Radio 62 on Twitch. But we definitely have a lot of other sponsors. One of them is called the Black Business Network. I am on the board of directors for the Black Business Network. I am proud to add that to the things that I care about and the things that I help bring forward. As the director of strategic innovation, it is important to me that the network understand the options and opportunities in the metaverse. I synced up with Dr. Kelly a couple months ago, and we have been rocking and rolling ever since then, bringing out new things, having great conversations, and look forward to all of the things that we're going to do in the future with Black Multiverse Enterprises, as well as the Blackverse community. This has been the Power of Decentralization conference hosted by the Blackverse community. This is the first Blackverse Summit. If you want to connect with us, you can find us at Black in the Verse on Twitter, and you can find me at Technical on Instagram, and you can also find Black_multiverse on Instagram. We do not have a Blackverse profile out there, and we are careful of our technical profile that is out there because, as Naja Roberts said earlier today, identity theft is a thing. It happens, and it is unfortunate that some of our centralized platforms and organizations are not careful with our identity in such ways that they allow for these things to happen to us, like being cloned. We have to care for things in Web3 in the same way that we cared for them in Web2. So what does it mean to be decentralized from organizations that do things like that with our data? What does it mean if our avatar gets cloned? How would we move? How would we be able to get around that? Some excellent and outstanding conversation today. I just want to, again, we're going to go to our sponsor, and that is the Black Business Network, Black Business Expo, and the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is a 7-day broadcast that will be showcasing Black business owners and their expertise 24/7. You can find that right here on the Black Business Network and on Pod TV and most places, including Hulu, Roku, Amazon Prime, Twitch, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So we are out there and we are here. I am also the founder of Black Blockchain Alliance. That is something that we put together to make sure that we had a voice and a place and a space and an opportunity, because far too often we hear that, oh, we wanted to have this conference, but we couldn't find any women or we couldn't find any Black people to represent. Well, that's why we are Black Blockchain exists. Black Blockchain Alliance is where you can find us, and that is .xyz, blackblockchain.xyz. But now we are going to hear from the Black Business Olympics as we get ready to go into the after party. So get ready to get loose.
an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to
I am Black business. Are you Black business? Yes, I am Black business. And I will finish the rest of that later. But you guys, we are here at the Blackverse Summit and we are in official after party mode. And so I did not take an opportunity to really talk about decentralization, but now that I have an opportunity, we're going to do that. I want to talk a little bit about my own journey through this thing. And so, what that has meant to me, what that means to me, and how I have showed up. Uh, so, a lot of times all I get to say when I'm either on a stage or introducing myself is, I'm the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises. Sometimes I also go by Chief Metaverse Officer, which, the rest of the world hasn't caught on to yet. So we still got to say CEO. We know that in this space, we don't really honor hierarchies as much. It is all about having a more flattened hierarchy and having a community that is creating things and putting things out and putting them into place. I think by now, like everybody is well aware that I am not a fan of Facebook. I am not a fan of the things that they do. I feel like they're not the only one. I am not the only one that feels that way. But in 2021, it became apparent that my voice was not wanted in the place where I was. And so it became important to me to have a space where I could share my voice, a space where I could share what others were doing and not have to ask permission to do that and not have to know 800% of what it was that's in their background in order to highlight the work that someone was doing. What has also become apparent over time is that people are not necessarily great people all the time. We have seen instances of people doing bad things and preying on the people in our own communities quite often and quite frequently. And it continues to happen on a daily basis almost. And so we're always hearing about people who are rug pulling. But there are other forms of rug pulls that are not as widely known and not as widely talked about. And those are people who just straight up aren't doing what they say they're doing when their mouth is open. And so there's a lot of people who are doing these things that are in our communities that are consistently and constantly coming to the table with these things as if they're real and they're not. So it comes to beg the question, as we're heading into the metaverse, how do you tell reality from fiction? How do you know what's a good project versus what's a bad project? How do you know who's a good person versus someone who is not? How do you make way for people to make mistakes versus the people who have actual bad intention? And those are all questions that we need to ask. I can't answer that for anybody other than myself. And my radar has to be something that I'm okay with. But as we are looking at the different things that happen in all of these spaces, it becomes really apparent that the radar has to be educated. You have to teach folks sometimes how to create their own radar. And that is why in this space we have something called DYOR, do your own research. And so whether that is with someone who's coming to you with a project idea or someone who is standing next to someone else, you have to do your own research on the why. Why are you together? Why are you presenting me this idea? Why are you telling me that this is a great thing to go buy, whether that be a plot of land, an NFT, or a domain? Why is that happening in my back channel, in my front channel? Why is that actually being presented? These are ways that we can do our own research. I definitely have seen things that have been, kind of swept under the rug by a lot of other people who say that they are about the decentralization of this space. And, apparently on their radar, that's cool. Those things are okay. But it's not always the case. And so we have a lot of different things that we need to care for when it comes to making sure that we have a safe place to be. Thinking about the education of kids is just as important as thinking about the education of people. So when we are thinking about the education of people, we are mindful that there are generational gaps to be aware of. We are mindful that there are differabilities. I don't say disabilities. There are differabilities that we need to care for when we're thinking about the metaverse. When you are thinking about accessibility and the different forms that accessibility takes, it's not only in making sure technology is available, but also that it is viable for people. So if you have a disability, are you able to actually access the tool or utility? What does it look like when we are all interconnected in and operating in a decentralized way for a person who is blind to come to the metaverse? How do they participate? Participation is one of the things that we absolutely need to care for. Participation. As a Black woman, my participation has been limited in many different ways throughout my life. And I have had to, along with all the rest of my sisters, fight for where we are. And, you know, we continue to see that across the board in many different ways. We have seen the onset of powerful women coming through to Web3 and claiming it for the future of ourselves. We've seen that in real time. We have seen last year at this time, you know, we would be silenced on stages, or people would, you know, kind of ignore what we're saying, or, you know, kind of quieted women would be overtalked and overrun by men. And those were the ways that men showed up, because that's normally how men showed up. We would see the mansplaining of the internet as if we had not been here along the same journey. All of those things happened, and they still happen sometimes. But I can say that the space has gotten a lot better. We have seen a lot of people wake up, and you're seeing that communities are being built with men and women and those who identify as other in all sorts of different and beautiful ways. But when it comes to this space, it's not just about us, it's about our future. And that future is with the kids. The kids don't need help understanding what a metaverse is, because I guarantee you they know it better than you. Your kids are active in places like Roblox and Minecraft. They have been active in places like Roblox and Minecraft for a very, very, very long time. But we have a responsibility to make sure that the metaverse that they are being handed and that they will have a hand in building is one that we actually want them in. When we're thinking about decentralization and we're thinking about Web3, we have got to make sure that decentralization wins. And I say win because it's a fight, and people kind of forget that. They think that sometimes NFTs are all about, or Web3 is all about NFTs. It's not. Web3 utilizes NFTs to show up in a decentralized fashion. Web3 chose the blockchain to deliver decentralization to the world. But even that got decentralized. So we saw a couple of months ago, we saw Web5 come out. And that is an idea and a concept that, you know, is ultimately a little flawed, but definitely picked up on the fact that Web3 has invited VCs to the table and did not ask them to leave. What are we doing when it comes to decentralization? What are we doing when it comes to these big organizations? And why are we so easily swayed into allowing them to continue the same exact practices that they do in Web 2? Web 3 is for everybody. The metaverse is for everybody. Web 3 and the metaverse are not the same thing. They are not. The metaverse encompasses Web 3. Decentralization is an idea and a concept that is bigger than the metaverse. It exists outside of the metaverse and without it. The metaverse is a concept that exists outside and without Web3. The metaverse can be built in two separate ways. We can do what we've always done, which is create virtual spaces that are really fun to enjoy. And we can show up in our avatars and we can continue to be consumed just like we are today. And that is one offering that is on the table. But I beg you to consider what it looks like if we show up decentralized instead. When you show up in a decentralized manner, in a decentralized metaverse, you are showing up to own. You are showing up not just to participate, but to own your assets. As a gamer, owning my assets is so incredibly freeing. I cannot tell you how amazing it is to think about the numerous amounts of storage and inventory that I have in any one of these games across all of my characters, and being able to actually own that instead of realizing the fact that I spent years collecting and acquiring and achieving great heights in these games and platforms, only to have that platform go down or perform a server migration or trade hands and go through an acquisition or a merger. In all of those instances, just for me to miss out and lose out on the things that I have spent my life acquiring. All of those are reasons for decentralization. Last night, I heard another good reason for decentralization. It doesn't just exist in a consumer to consumer capacity. There is a business to consumer relationship that has to shift and navigate, change a little bit in order to comply with the principles of Web3. Comply is a weird word when you're talking about Web3 because it is decentralized. So depending on your levels of decentralization, what does that really mean? You either are a full-on rebel and you don't believe that there are rules to anything, or you are someone who begs for standards and governance, or you're somebody in between. I am not somebody in between. I don't beg for standards and governance because we already have that and they gave us what they thought was a good idea. That didn't work for me. And I'm not somebody who is just out here being reckless and ruthless and you know, kind of like the Tasmanian devil of Web3. That's not me. But there are people in the middle who sit and say, you know what, there is balance to be had here. And that balance shows up when I am able to own and transact in the way that I want to. In whatever way that you want to, that is decentralization. I went on a quest at the beginning of this year, at the end of last year, beginning of this year. And that quest was to find harmony with decentralization. So I often say that for me, it was about being able to be decentralized. How decentralized can I possibly be at the end of this year? So as of right now, you know, I have done a lot of different things to make that actually happen. I haven't done enough, and I'm still on this journey. And I think that it's very cool to be able to show up in this way. One of the ways that I started out was by ending my year the right way. I went through, you know, some changes in partnership at the end of the year. I started a brand new company at the end of the year. I started Blackverse at the end of last year. And so Black Multiverse and Blackverse were where my mind was at the end of last year. And I knew what I wanted to do. I had a plan. And for me, it was important that I leave 2021 and 2021. But I also wanted to be a part of the class of 2021. And so I put forth a whole bunch of effort to make sure that I could have a collection of NFTs on the blockchain at the end of the year. And so I spent my year doing that, or my last week of the year doing that. I made collections and put them out on OpenSea. Not a soul bottom. That's all right. They're still out there. In all fairness, I didn't really put them up for sale either. I just I minted them onto the blockchain because that's what was important to me. The way that I achieved that was by using my skill, my craft, my creativity, and that shows up in different ways for me than most people. So lots of folks out here are artists. Dr. Kelly's an amazing artist. There are lots of artists out here, but I am not one of them. I can draw some stick figures real good, and I can scribble and dibble real good, but I am not a good artist with my hands. I can code a little bit, but my mind is really where the magic happens. And so for me, it was important that I use technology to show up. And so I began creating NFTs with GAN art. And so I spoke what I wanted into existence, and the computer created what I asked it to. Now, it wasn't always a cool little marriage of things, but it did create what I asked it to. And so I selected the best ones and kept it pushing. That's how I ended my year. But I also began my year by speaking into existence the things that I wanted, and then I minted them on the blockchain. That is a powerful practice for anyone who actually wants to kind of take this to another level or feel the power and the spirit of the blockchain. The blockchain is immutable right now. And I say that because right now we don't have the technology to unlock or hack the blockchain, not really. And so I look forward to a day when we have evolved enough to say that that's not true. I don't think that everything is going to be immutable forever. I believe that eventually technology will evolve and somebody's going to be able to hack the blockchain, and that chain of blocks is going to have to evolve as well. And we know that because we've seen it happen quite a bit. Our security procedures have evolved over time. And so I spent 2021 minting things onto the blockchain that I wanted to leave in 2021. And I spent the beginning of 2022 calling into fruition all of them. So I minted all of those ideas that I had at the end of the year onto the blockchain, and they're available somewhere. I decentralize where I put things. And so I do that quite a bit and quite frequently. I've always done that, though. It's just the way that I've been. And so for me, it has been a really cool experience to not only enjoy Ethereum, but also to get to know Tezos and come to the realization that I don't really like Solana, but I'm out there too. And, be able to understand and dive into things like Cardano and other blockchains that are out here, being able to see them, Polygon, and being able to transact and utilize IPFS, the Interplanetary File System. I've done all those things, and it's fun. I like acquiring new knowledge and continuing to just test things out and see what it's like. So I minted all of my thoughts onto the blockchain. This very conference is one of those things. This conference started out as an idea in November, October of last year. And at the time, it was pre-transition to decentralization for me as a topic, but it was called the Black Meta Summit. Obviously, I changed my mind after Meta came out about things. And so it was important to me that I go back and acquire the Blackverse Summit as a place to have this conference. It's been on my mind since then, just as a way for us to come together. I didn't know quite when I was going to do it, but this particular conference and this particular time frame is important to me because last year at this time, I was actually in a room. And I had already been in the room, and I say room because y'all, I'm from, we're from Clubhouse, so we do things in rooms on Clubhouse. And so last year at this time, I was actually in a room, and I popped in the room, and two gentlemen brought me up to stage, and they moderated me, and it was us three on top, and that was Q, and Mr. C. And they brought me into this room, and I realized what was happening. And in this room, the title of the room, I remember just looking at it like, yeah, okay, whatever. The title of the room was Let's Mint an NFT in 15 minutes. And at that time, in that room, 300 people joined the room. And 300 people, you could feel the energy. The energy is so different now. It's still great, but it's different. The buzz of people waking up to possibilities and capabilities that they didn't know they had. We minted on Mintable. And I have to say that people had told me to do your own research so much that I didn't do it that day. I didn't. I was listening and I'm sitting there like following all the steps, and I'm looking and I'm like going through the motions, but I never like clicked the button to like actually finish the mint. So like I'm going through everything and I'm like, yeah, they might be doing some scam stuff. I'm not doing this. So I held off. Um, but it was funny because 300 people were in that room. And at that time, like I said, the energy was just wild. And that is when it got serious for me. That is when I was like, yo, this is a thing. Like this ain't no joke. Like all these people are losing their minds right now about minting NFTs. And it was really powerful. And so I have to say thank you to Q and Mr. C, because if that room had never happened, I think that I would have continued to talk about the metaverse and never dove in, but it would have taken a minute, a longer minute, just because of where I was and things that I was doing on other sides of my life at that time. So definitely thank you to them. So anyway, so back into 2022, we're here in January. And so, as a community, as a club, we had several rooms about what we wanted this thing to be and what we wanted the community of Blackverse to be. And, I knew at that time that I wanted to have this conference at some point. I also knew at that time that I wanted to have a Blackverse Gamers League. And so we have a Blackverse Gamers League. We just need to do some stuff with it. So again, if you're listening to this and any of this is interesting to you, we are definitely open to sponsorship and donors. And if you want to support, some beautiful Black folks and their journey into the metaverse and see them actually game in the metaverse, then definitely tap in, because we are ready to go. And we got a lot of cool stuff that we need to get done. But then February hit, and in February, I'm talking about how I showed up in a decentralized way. So February is Black History Month, and in February, we had Wallet Mondays. And so every Monday, we were training people on how to set up a different wallet. And so we went through several different wallets, one for every week. And we met Queen Earth, and I trained folks on how to use MetaMask. And we also tapped into Solana. And there was another one, and I can't remember which one it was, but there were 4. And so that's how we showed up. We also started movie nights in the metaverse. I can't remember if that was January or February, but we have done that every single Friday, almost every single Friday, where we just watch something that makes us realize that we've been in the metaverse for a very long time. It didn't just start. It's not something that that anybody created over the last year or 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or even 20. If you're a Trekkie, you've been here a long time, and like this is like heaven for all of us. If you're a techie, you've been here a long time, and if you are a gamer, you have been here a very long time. If you've been into MMORPGs anyway, we're seeing innovation catch up to imagination, and I think that that is absolutely an amazing and historic moment for us. We also in February, in February, there was a lot that happened. And then in March, I took time away from my community to help out another community, and we put on the International Women of Blockchain Conference, which I produced. That was 93 hours out of my life taken to help push forward women on the blockchain. And for that, at least that piece of it, I am eternally thankful to have been in that opportunity, just because I met so many wonderful women who are doing amazing things. And again, it woke up the power of decentralization, because women are making this place ours, and it's absolutely amazing. And then in May, man, I don't know what happened in May, but June happened, and I think I kind of took a break in May. No, that was when no, that was the first time I was on the Black Business Network. So I was a part of, not the network, but the Black Business Olympics, and so that was my appearance there, and that was me reconnecting with Web 2. So, up to that point, it's like you go through these phases, right? Like once you hit Web 3, you go all the way in. You're totally diving in, and you get in what we call a rabbit hole. And sometimes you don't come out, period. If you're in like the absolute Web 3 rabbit hole, you don't ever come out, and it doesn't let you go because you own it from there on. But that is what my May was being in the rabbit hole, and then reaching back out and saying, business owners, man, that's been my calling for forever. That is what my businesses are about, is making sure that businesses can be technically savvy. And how can I use my voice to help businesses be technically savvy in the metaverse? Like that's what I do. And so being on the network gave me that opportunity to share my voice, and I got a gold medal for that. So it is cool to be an award-winning person in this world. But also, June hit. And so at the end of May, I applied for something that I was kind of unsure of, and I just knew that I was not going to get. And that was Google Career Certification for the organization Blackverse. And so, we are the proud recipients of Google Career Certification scholarships, and we are making waves and ways for people to actually use those scholarships and put them to use. And so we're building up the organization behind it so that we have a way to do this. But the idea behind what I wanted to do, the vision for this, was to make sure that people had space to learn Web3. And what I mean by that is sometimes you get so bogged down in stuff, you can't lift yourself up. And so for me, it was really important to be able to skill up in all these various areas that Google allows, data analytics, IT support, project management, and some others, digital marketing, and be able to actually to do that in a way where you're being rewarded for the things that you're learning. We have learn to earn in this space. We have different ways that you can learn information and continue to build on your knowledge base and put that to work on the blockchain. And that's exactly what the space is about. But when I think about these Google career certificates, I had to pause, because after we got them, it was like, wait a minute, hold up, Google's the enemy. Like, what is this? What am I doing? But really, that was my goal. That's my focus. That's my point. It's not to shift back into Web 2, but it's to skill people up so they can take those skills and bring them into the future. Take some relief off of people so that they can get good jobs in Web 2 to give them space to learn Web 3. That is what the Black Multiverse Advanced program is all about. And being able to just have space to do that has been phenomenal. We also have, we rolled into June and then into July. And in July, I became a a Google Grow with Google partner with Black Multiverse Enterprises. And so that, again, is all about making sure that we have the structure to support being able to put these scholarships to work in our communities and in our partner communities. In July, August, I can't remember. It was one of them, July or August. I think it was August. I did, no, it was July. I did I created an initiative called the 30 Days of Metaverse. And so again, me showing up decentralized, I wanted people to think about the metaverse every single day. So when you wake up, think about the metaverse and then mint that on the blockchain, because that is what I did when I came into this year. I put those ideas on the blockchain. And so every single day I came forward and I brought out some idea. I spoke into my GAN art generator, and I created artwork, and that artwork was minted into a collection called 30 Days of Metaverse. And that 30 Days of Metaverse was impactful and powerful to me because empowering to me because it let me be open with the way that I think about things. And so like every single day something else would come up and it's like, oh, well, what do we do about that in the metaverse? And so now when I wake up, it's like, it's a habit because I've already put in the work to make that a habit. So now I just wake up and think about things. What does this look like for the future, and how can I change it? How can I make this a better situation than it is right now? And you know, some other stuff happened. I can't even say. There were lots of really cool things that happened, and I lost a couple of them. I had them, I lost it. It's all right. I'm kind of winging this until we get to our next speaker. But we have we've seen all these amazing things and feats and different ways of movement in the metaverse and towards the metaverse and to a different, more decentralized way of thinking. And you have to, at some point, ask yourself the question that I asked myself, which was, how decentralized do you want to be? Oh, that's what happened. So I did the 30 Days of Metaverse. And then towards the end, we had gotten the scholarships. And so I did the scholarships as unlockables in some of those. And again, none of them sold, but they're still out there on OpenSea. When I did that, I realized that, you know what, like this wasn't the first time I realized it because I have done them differently. But I realized this whole collection is on OpenSea. And OpenSea doesn't own my stuff, and I don't like it being on OpenSea. So then I went out at some point this year, I think it was like in the March, April era, I started up my own NFT stores. And so I, was providing those to clients, but also being able to have them for myself. And I hadn't put them into use. And I want to say it was a conversation with Dr. Kelly one day. And I'm sitting there like, oh my God, why am I not doing this for Blackverse? This makes no sense. And so I went back and we set that up. And so that's one of the things I wanted to reveal today, but we have a collection that I can't launch yet. And so I can't reveal the actual, the NFT store. So we have a Blackverse NFT store. And it's an NFT marketplace that our community can come to and, put their NFTs on and create their own contracts if they want to. And just have a way where, you're recouping more of the rewards than what OpenSea allows you to. And it's actually getting minted on the blockchain, because a lot of people don't know that that's actually not the way that OpenSea works. Your stuff is getting sealed up into a Google Doc somewhere, and then when it's actually acquired, that's when it's minted. So unless you're clicking the button at the bottom of your NFT that says decentralized, or I want to say that's what it says. It should say decentralized. That NFT is not actually on the blockchain. So I realized, like, my 30 Days of Metaverse, I hadn't done the the work for all of them. And so I went back and, said, hey, we need to have this store out here and put that up. But like I said, there's an NFT project on there right now that we can't exactly launch yet. So I can't reveal it because I can't show it. So anyway, but so I have these different stores out here, and it was important to me to have more than one. So, you start the process over on Solana, and then that works or doesn't work for you. And then you move the process over to somewhere else. And then you realize that, there's these other places out here, like Intifically, where you can have your own stores, and it's multi-chain. And allows you to do multi-chain. And so it renders your NFTs in a multi-chain fashion. And that's kind of cool. So, you just go through different iterations of things, and you eventually get more and more and more aware of what the space has to offer and different ways of it showing up, which are really, really cool. And then September hit, and September has been all about making sure that this conference happens. It's been all about making sure that next week's conference happens. It's been about making sure that I was available for Gatherverse, and just really decentralizing the voice, making sure that my voice is used and available wherever it's needed and available. And I've had amazing experiences. The Meta Mindshift show was what happened in June. I forgot about that. The Meta Mindshift show, we sealed the deal on that in June, and then I got sick during July, and so we weren't able to start that until August. But that's the timeline there. And so it's like, this year of amazing and crazy things that have happened, but it's all because I've chosen to be decentralized. I've chosen to tap into Web3 in a way that makes sense and shows up for me. And so I want to be more decentralized. Like, I can't stand the fact that, like, I'm really still addicted to my Chrome browser, and I don't really like Brave as much as I want to. I can't let it go yet. Like, that's where I'm at with it. But it's funny because it's like, it's the same engine, so why not, right? But there are things you have to find a way to be where you're going to be, and these are the ways that I'm showing up. So I wanted to share that. I've been talking for a very long time, but I wanted to just kind of lay out the journey as it's been for me. My journey last year, a lot of it started with a little girl named Nyla Hayes. Nyla is a phenomenon. If y'all don't know Nyla Hayes, first of all, FOMO is real. You are missing out. Go out, Google her right now, because that's real talk. She is life-changing for literally everybody on this planet, because she is a little girl of 12 years old. Last year, she was 12 years old, and she came out with a collection. I was in the room when it happened, right? Like, I actually get to say that about this space. I actually get to say that about Nyla Hayes. You all get to say that also, because you're tapping into this broadcast, you're listening to the sound of my voice. But a lot of you guys were here yesterday. And so yesterday we had something historical happen, and we're now ETH2, right? Like, the merge happened. Everybody that is listening to this gets to say, I remember when we were on proof of work. Like, you think about that, like that literally just happened. And so, if you haven't taken a moment to sit with that, regardless of whether you like it, because I'm not a fan of proof of stake, regardless of whether you like it or you don't, the reality is you were here when it happened. So, like, all them OGs who like to sit there and say, I was here in 2017 when da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, guess what? We were here when proof of work was a thing. We were here, we were in the room, in the space when it happened. So I am grateful for this opportunity. I am dedicated to making sure that everyone knows that the metaverse has something for you, that there is a space and a place for you here in the metaverse, in the decentralized metaverse. But what is important about that is that you know that there are two metaverses and opportunities for metaverse that are being created and handed to us as a people. One is the one that comes with Facebook and Facebook-like entities. Those entities are not coming to empower you. They are coming to ensure that you continue to be a consumer in their space. You've heard from literally numerous people who've come through this conference talk about how they feel about decentralization and the things that we are able to do and the things that we are not able to do, and no longer have to deal with in a regular and traditional space and way of being. We are decentralized, and this is the power of decentralization. My name is Nicole Maxwell. I am the CEO of Black Multiverse Enterprises. I am the founder of the Blackverse community. I thank you for listening to this broadcast. I thank you for being here and being in partnership and being in community with me. This is Nicole, and my voice is almost resting. It'll be resting here in a second. My voice is resting. Thank you. Hey y'all, welcome back. Welcome back. I don't think I paid our sponsors their due. I think I kept on rolling with that conversation. But we're going to go ahead and do that, and then we will tap into our next speaker. I am thankful for you all being here. Welcome to the Power of Decentralization Conference hosted by the Blackverse community. If you are here, please do feel free to join us at blackverse.io and definitely tap into the community, tap into all the things that the future in the metaverse has to offer. And we want to definitely invite you to join us next week for the Black Business Olympics. And so we're going to take a few minutes and listen to all that our sponsors have to share with us. And then we're going to head on over to a conversation with Ira Bevels of Black Tech Futures Media.
about our speaker today.
All right, you guys. So I want to thank everybody for being here, for being present, for being a powerful force, no matter who you are and no matter what you are doing. Thank you for tapping into the Blackverse Metaverse community and the Power of Decentralization conference, where we take a good look at Web3 and the future in the metaverse. And so I want to, next up, I am going to present Miss Ira Revels, who is our friend and who is the CEO of the Black Tech Futures Media Company. And so Ira, come on up here. Hey, Ira, how are you?
I'm doing great. Now, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes. That is
Yeah,
awesome.
this is a really exciting time. I'm really so grateful to you, Nicole, and Dr. Kelly, and the awesome technical producers and folks over at the Black Business Olympics. You guys are doing some really amazing things, and I appreciate being here.
Yeah, for sure. We are grateful for you, for sure. We are happy to have you here at the Blackverse Summit.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about decentralization. So, Ira, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
So my name is Ira Rebels. I am the creative producer at Black Tech Futures Media. And we started Black Tech Futures Media probably in 2021 and actually in 2020. So this was right around the summer. And this was after COVID started, of course. The goal was simply to be able to reach people and communicate with people via social media and through Afrofuturistic graphic design. And so as I look around, the idea was really looking at everything that's not available for us in terms of sort of current look and feel and graphics that's needed to bring our message to the public. And the idea was when the emergence of Web3 and Metaverse and blockchain all began, we know that NFTs really started getting popular at the height of 2021 and late 2020. And so Nicole talked about in her discussion prior to bringing me on that, Clubhouse was popping back then. And so, as many of us experienced the idea that NFTs were possible and that we could actually create this digital art that could then potentially sell for millions of dollars was just an amazing concept. And so the idea was really my partner in crime, Jamil Ahmed, who's produced a podcast with me since March of 2021, was to basically talk about the metaverse, talk about NFTs. And our goal was initially to think hyper local, right? So act locally, think globally, but we wanted to be able to bring our local community of artists and people who are involved in social impact into this conversation about NFTs and what was the possibility that their art could be sold for lots of money, could be owned by them, and could be something that would make a solid difference and be a different way, by creating NFTs, a different way that people can communicate through their work. So that's me, and that's sort of how I got into the space. I'm an artist myself, and basically my work has really focused in the last several years on management consulting and helping companies and nonprofits raise money. And so I love asking for money. I love doing that. It's what I do professionally. And being a project manager as well, I have a tendency to work with people on these subjects. And so now you ask, who am I? I'm a person who has the external work has been helping other organizations build those types of experiences through their projects, raise money for them, not for myself. And so that who am I? I'm a person who's actually building my own companies and building my own projects and really enjoying being in this brand new space. Yeah.
Listen, that is awesome, and we need you at Black Multiverse. So
Yeah.
we got a whole
Listen,
lot of stuff that we need to get.
Jamil and I were talking just last night, and I was saying, man, you got to find out. Nicole is doing so much amazing stuff. We've got to connect with her, particularly on Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
We definitely want to start looking at Twitter as the way to go in terms of communicating what the message is and what's going on. We see a lot more energy in that direction for
Mhm.
folks who are working in the Web3, who are working on NFTs. Unfortunately, our experience is that Clubhouse is not where that excitement and energy is anymore. And so we definitely want to always be in that space. And just so happy that you are continuing to do all the awesome stuff you're doing, particularly with Black Verse. It's just amazing. It's like you are so busy,
So
to
busy.
say the least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is very true. I think what you said is super important, and I want to dive. All of what you said is important. Don't get me wrong, but I want to dive into that a little bit because you mentioned the app Clubhouse. So for everybody who's listening around the globe, you don't know what that is. It's an app that goes on your phone. It's what we call a social audio app, and it allows us to connect with people from around the world. And so a lot of people called that a metaverse a lot over the last year or so. I've never really jumped on that bandwagon, but Clubhouse is a very cool place where at least at one point in time there were 10 million people on the app. However, to me, Clubhouse is a great case for decentralization, and it is a reason why we need to be careful about where we are putting our efforts. Um, Twitter too, but Clubhouse is more fitting of this mold, right? Like, so this is a company that we all jumped on, and it was great. We were having wonderful conversations, and then they decided to start changing things. And so it's not that the people decided that the conversations were going to change, because that didn't happen. Clubhouse decided to change it, and they decided that hey, the idea of these big rooms isn't something we want to see anymore. And we've heard the creators actually say that, like, they didn't want to see big rooms anymore. They wanted to see more nuanced conversations. And so what that did was, especially in Web3, it took away the energy. Like, we were having these humongous rooms and people were being heard. They were on these stages and able to come up and talk about, what we call shilling. They were able to do that. But we saw Clubhouse really just kind of erode away their own audience
Well,
because they
yeah.
didn't really, they wanted the smaller rooms.
I would say that, two things about that. In my experience, and even talking to people in a lot of these rooms and spaces, many people were not heard. And I think that was an issue with Clubhouse. There were people who didn't feel that they were heard, particularly people who felt that they were sort of new in the space and didn't really understand what was going on. They didn't feel welcome. But then also, I think that, companies, Clubhouse is an app and it is a company. Like companies have the ability to create the experiences and do the things that help them make the money.
Right.
And so I think, in that case, what's interesting to see, where do we go is the question. I think I remember, and like you, probably the shift began to happen. Like, where are the, I think my question was, wait, where is everybody? Like, I'm looking at the app is still on my phone, and I touched it just the other day just to see what's going on. Because, periodically they change who's on the front app cover, if you will. But needless to say, I went and I looked, Nicole, for anything related to Metaverse, Web3, NFTs. And
Mm-hmm.
it was just like I had to really search
Search.
for any current information. So that really sealed the deal for me. Like you, I don't know when you stopped really going to Clubhouse and creating community. I don't know if you've stopped that, honestly, because I'm never there anymore. But you know what I mean? It's sort of evolved into this different space. And Twitter, once Twitter Spaces, and basically right before Twitter Spaces became a big thing, Twitter began to emerge as a place where a lot of NFT creators, a lot of Web3 devs, and people who were really focused on the NFT space moved to.
Yeah.
How
You know
was
what?
that your experience?
No. So a little bit,
Wow.
right? So
Okay.
this is what I was getting at, is that that's the perception, right? The
Mhm.
perception is that there's not these conversations that are happening. But
Yeah.
the reality is they just implemented a new form of getting together, and that is called a house. And so there's actually conversations happening with big, humongous houses of people, up to maybe even 500 people,
Yeah.
and they've given them all these features, but it is on a selective basis. So they've added in exclusivity, and that
Right.
is something that it's happening right underneath your nose. If you are not a member of a house, you don't know that these spaces exist. And so you go to Clubhouse and you think that nothing's happening. It's
Right.
very much like Discord, except different. Because in Discord, the same thing can happen. Like, you can go into a Discord community and you think that there are conversations going, or you think that, you're part of this community and you're in,
Yeah.
and then somebody gives you access to something else and you realize, yo, there's this whole world that I didn't know about. And I'm saying this not to bash on Discord, not to bash on Clubhouse a little bit, but to say that, these are the things that have historically happened to communities of people, to us as a people. This
Right.
has often happened.
The
Oh,
exclusionary tactics.
exactly.
Yeah.
And we are accepting of them in these spaces, and I do
Mhm.
not understand why. And I think that,
Right.
it's really important for us, when we're thinking about decentralization and we sit there and we talk about exclusivity in a project, what
Mhm.
the hell does that really mean? Because when there's exclusivity in a project, that means you're gatekeeping, right? At least to me.
Yeah.
So why are we accepting of that? Have you,
Right.
like, is that your experience? Like, when you think about stuff in that way, is that truly what we want to be building on and around? Does it make sense? And I don't have an answer for that. I wanted to get that off my chest because it's been there for
Yeah.
a long time. And
Well,
it's
I'm
growing.
glad that you brought that up because I do in my daytime work I do a lot of fundraising
Mhm.
and grant writing. One of the things that I'm working on right now, and this is important because a lot of people don't understand, people want to be able to find money for projects, but they don't necessarily know how to have those conversations, particularly if they're a business and they have a business and they're trying to raise startup funds.
Right.
And so, I'm starting to think about that and I'm starting to figure out simple ways to actually include people in the conversation and help build projects and understanding and trainings that
Uh-oh, you hit your mic.
that
There you
support people's ability to not only know what they should actually do and prepare for when you're asking for funds, but also, what's important. And so, in that concept, you have to think about excluding certain things. You have to think about narrowing. You have to think about all of that. And so, one of the projects that I'm working on right now, to that point, is an AI research project that will help develop an actual model that basically allows people to, input some data on their actual business and their actual project, answer maybe 4 or 5 or 6 simple questions, and then they're able to spit out what might be the equivalent to a letter of intent for a grant project.
go. Oh,
And
wow.
so, yeah, and so these types of things, I mean, as you think about these tools, you know, especially with AI and especially with there, Nicole, we got to talk, man. There's so many amazing projects that are wonderful examples of communities coming together. Um, People may not be aware of a community called Afropolitan. Afropolitan is an incredible project on the continent, and it basically is supported by Balaji Srinivasan, who's now talking a lot about the network state. He's written a book called The Rise of the Network State, or The Network State.
Mhm.
And when you think about how, you know, governments and countries no longer run the world, it's actually encryption. And
Mm.
so when you're thinking about things like Facebook, or the former Facebook, the current Meta, they have the number of users, the equivalent of the size of the population of India. And so when you think about that, we're talking about physical land boundaries no longer being the way we define community, just like you explained with Clubhouse. 10,000 people in a proverbial room having a conversation or listening to a conversation, as it's facilitated by technology, is the new way of getting work done, is the new way of conveying information. And so, particularly as this, as Black Verse is really for years now continue to lead on these topics of technology and what we need to know. This is something that is truly intriguing to me. NFT NYC this year was a lot about these new ways of doing things. And if you haven't heard of Afropolitan, they raised $2 million recently, and so it's something that we're truly looking at creating a digital country, if you will. Um, Something different to think about. All of these things are Web3 related and blockchain related, and we simply need to know what's going on, particularly as Black people. We don't want to be left behind. We don't want to continue to have the same issues, right? We
Yeah.
used to talk about this back in 2021. Like, we talk about this because metaverse time is different from real life time.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Faster.
Like,
So when I say back in 2021, you know what I mean?
right?
Way back
Like
then.
6 years ago, but really it's just 1 year. That's what it feels like though, because
Yeah.
time does, it shifts so fast in this space. I say that all the time, and I feel like a kind of crazy person when I say it, but it's
No,
true.
it's true.
Because when you're actually tapped into this space, it's like it's so hard to keep up. Like one of the things that I did was I was a co-founder of a club called the Web 3.0 Club on Clubhouse, and so every Friday that would be like my checkpoint. With Emmy and Marvin, we would get together and we would have this checkpoint for the news. Like, and that was like the way that I took my heartbeat of this space, because there's so much that goes by so fast. 1 week, we were having like 4-hour rooms to discuss everything that happened in the last 7 days, and it's like you get caught in this like this whirlwind of just all this information that's swirling around. But that's the thing that I need created. I need a very good search engine renderer or something to be able to give me what I want when it comes to information about projects that matter to me.
Sure.
And so for me, that's going to be one thing, but for someone else, it's going to be something totally different. But I need to be able to put in my criteria and have it go through everything in the last 7 days and just render everything that I need to see on the screen so that I can keep up and then update automatically. Like, so those are my requirements. Whoever's listening, go make that.
I
Because we need
want to
it.
speak to that though, and this is part of the challenge as we look at um, AI, and we also look at blockchain and Web3 projects and all of these various technologies. The idea is that they're going to make it simpler for us. They're going to make it easier for us, and because we're in the information age, right? Age of Aquarius, looking at how information can actually help and benefit us. We need to know these things. We don't need to know everything, because what's happening is it's information overload, and it's way too complex to be able to sift through. And I think that being able to develop AI that help models that help us figure out ways to sift through the vast amount of information that's available, such as all of the Web3 projects that matter to you most. I think that while it's necessary for you, but the point is to what end? And I think about this a lot because it's like, we have websites, and this is a simple conversation I was having with Jamil last night. I'm like, if your website and everything that you click on your website does not make you money, what's the point?
Presence.
Pretty much. Like for real, like if we build these things to communicate messages with relation to marketing, he's saying, yeah, of course, marketing needs to touch all the different departments and areas of your business. But at the same time, you know, everyone is coming there for a particular need, right?
Mhm.
And all of this technology that we're using is for a particular purpose. And in a lot of times, of course, is very personal to us. A, we want to make money, or B, we want to make connections to people, or C, we want to like be able to share information so that people are aware of what's going on. And I think, going back to projects like, not only you listed an amazing timeline of activities and projects that you've been involved in, and ultimately what that makes you is an expert, right? And so in many ways, what I want to be considered as, and this was, again, talking to Jamil last night, we had a great conversation, but it was like, okay, what is the purpose? Like, what do I want people to understand about the work that I do? And I believe that because, my background is in digital preservation, libraries, cultural heritage institutions, arts and culture. And so I want to be considered a trusted advisor when we're talking about these things, particularly as we're talking about ways in which technology can be useful to us. And now we have so many, I might be dating myself, but I can say now I can see where there's so many apps and platforms that simplify many of the things that we wanted to be able to do back then. They're no code platforms, like
Mhm.
any number of no code platforms that people can use to build projects, depending on what they want to be able to do. There's so many different funding opportunities that are also available through blockchain, various blockchains. Um, there's so much information being shared through summits and conferences and meetups, right? We had the first big blockchain meetup in Connecticut from November, right before our 2021 summit, the virtual NFTs, the NFT virtual summit that you were a part of last year here in Hartford. But from November until April, we had the biggest meetup about the topic of blockchain Sundays. And, the point here is that at a certain point, you have to question, what's the point of all of this? Why are we doing all of this stuff? We're trying to help the AI actually, we're trying to get to AGI faster so that they can actually take over. That's the
Mhm.
whole question. Why are we running to provide all of this information that we provide every day on platforms like Meta, about what photos of what our dinner looked like last night? Like, what is the point? So that's the question. Like, Nicole, what's the point of all of this? Are we making money, or are we basically just helping AI take over the world?
That's a good question. So, that is so ultimately, so the way that I ask this question, it shows up, right? Like, so when you start thinking about decentralization
Yeah.
and you start thinking about the different ways people show up and how people are decentralized and what we're doing, uh, the goal is to remove error and to make things easier. And so then you start to think about, like, what does that look like when you have several iterations of that? And so the errors get fewer and fewer and fewer, and the processors get better and better and better. And ultimately, you are getting to a place where, or you could get to a place where humanity could be removed from that equation and AI just exists. And so it is the thing that runs and moves the world. And so in some iterations of life, that's cool. But then what do humans do? What are we doing instead? So now there's no people doing things like factory work or fast food, and critical thinking is done by computers now. So what does that look like for humanity? Are we all chilling on a beach somewhere and drinking Mai Tais and having fun? Or is that something more morbid and more more apocalyptic. Like, what does that end up looking like? And so for me, that's not my message. Obviously, that's not where I want to head. And I definitely don't want to head into a future where, interconnected literally means you are interconnected and we have the matrix. Like, that's not my message. I don't go that route. Anything that touches my insides in a different way than kind of surface level, I'm not okay with. So there's lots of people who are cool with having chips in their bodies and their hands, and I'm like, nope, that's biblical. Leave it alone. I'm not messing with that. But that's what I mean by, like, we all have these different spaces and levels of decentralization. How do you show up? What level are you comfortable with, and when do you say no? Um, and how do we manage that as a humanity? How do we manage what somebody's building in their basement, especially if we are decentralized? So those are the questions I ask myself. So when I'm thinking about my own fears about the metaverse, it's that stuff. Because, like, that's not what I want. Like, that's not the voice that I want to have contributed to building. That is not the beautiful metaverse that I'm talking about in any kind of way. So I've had conversations with people who definitely dive down that rabbit hole and they love it and they're here for it. And I just let them know I'm not that person. So what do you say?
Yeah, what's interesting is that prior to this conversation, I actually do a book discussion group with a group of young people between the ages of like 18 and 29, I think. Basically, we talk about the book, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. And so, what's interesting about that is, as I think about the conversation that we were having today about the evidence and the various ways in which she's presenting cases and stories that help us understand ways in which there are people like us who are disenfranchised, and of course by the legal system, and how important it is that we've had the opportunity and been and fought to vote and all of these things. I can't imagine that enslaved people at that time, right? We're talking up until the turn of the 19th century, would have understood that these technologies would actually be impacting our lives the way they are now. Um, and I think that when I, particularly understanding that people are African people, particularly, are enslaved at higher rates than they were back in the 1600s. To understand that like now, like to understand the stats on these types of things, and understand where Black people in particular fall out on these subjects, and what opportunities exist, and how we want our technology to be fair, and we want our world to be better than it was. The reality is that it isn't, and it's far more technologically advanced. But I bring up earlier, as I mentioned, the rise of the network state, because we must understand that as corporations continue to get bigger, and as they continue to adopt Web3 and blockchain, they have the ability to really influence our decisions and influence ways in which we live and buy and exist in every way. And I find that what's far most important is that young people who are basically, start at age 3. Like it's that serious in ways in which I see it playing out currently. But that children understand what world that they're actually stepping into, and it's sort of different because their perspective is different now. Generation A is different from Gen X, right? The Pepsi generation. Again, I date myself when I'm admitting that that's where I come from, and that's the perspective. Um, but things like encryption, things like the concept of network state, I really would love for folks to really get into that and understand what that is, because then decentralization and the ability to determine how information is shared and with and by whom, and the concept of being able to create technologies and to take part in things that don't have borders, physical borders, are extremely important. The ability to actually have this conversation with you in the proverbial metaverse, and share this with people all over the globe right now in real time, that's not an opportunity that has been available and still isn't available for a lot of people.
Right.
Right? I mean, what was it that we used to talk about a lot in the early 2000s? We talked about the digital divide. Remember the digital divide?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, right?
Conversation,
But yeah, but this was a serious conversation. We were talking about people having access to um, pagers and phones. Smartphones then became an idea. You know, people in all locations. So I was watching a video yesterday, and this gentleman was talking on Netflix. He was talking about, he's a doctor, a woman who was having, a mother who was having a particular problem. She was bleeding. She needed blood. She needed a transfusion. And I watched in the video as a drone dropped blood in a bag, like dropped it over this particular location in this country in Africa. I think maybe it was Ghana, but it was a community. It was very far away from any modern area like a crop, and basically the drone dropped the pack of blood so that she could then get her blood transfusion. And so, right, so understanding that this is available to us extremely important right now. And that's something that just, keep all of these things in mind as we're talking about what is decentralization and what can it offer us.
It's definitely good conversations to have in mind and be thinking about the questions that I remember, at least from last year, and still the ones that drive my expansion of Blackverse are the ones where we're asking the question, what does it look like for our communities across the world to be in the metaverse? How do we get us here? How do we get to a place where even during this conference, we have seen people having lag. I myself have had lag.
Sure.
So when you're in a metaverse and you're saying that we're all interconnected, lag is when your technology doesn't catch up to reality. So like it's projecting video, but you're lagging and you're kind of staggered. And so what does it look like for people around the world who have terrible internet to be able to connect to a metaverse? How do they get here? Are we telling everybody that, oh, you have no option other than just to go on your phone? And then what limiting of experiences do they have because they have to go on their phone? And yes, smartphones are amazing, but they're not computers. And so yes, they're hot.
They are computers.
They are, so says some people.
They're like
Computers have
totally
power. Computers
They have
power. They
well,
don't have that much power. They have
Yeah.
power, but not enough to. So first of all, VR don't even have enough power to power VR. So that's what I'm saying, is that we are in a space where we are stuck with these poly experiences, right? So the graphics look very whitewashed, and they're very scaled back because they have to render in headsets. And so we talked about that a little bit earlier this week, but those are realities. Like when I put on my VR headset, it is nothing at all close to the types of experiences that I had 10 years ago in gaming. And so when we're thinking about that, we're going backwards. We're starting over in an effort to build out these wonderfully vast spaces where we can all be and be included and interconnected and interoperable. But what does that look like for people on the other side who don't have access to some of these greater technologies or more advanced technologies that will help them process it? Are you saying that those folks are going to be, and not you, but are we saying that those folks are going to be limited to those kind of whitewashed experiences? And so where you live now becomes the gatekeeper to whether or not you have access in the metaverse. Like that's the conversation I want people to have more often. I don't hear it enough. And it is a reality that we have to quickly awaken to so that we can fix it, right?
Yeah, I would say that again. Look into the network state, the book.
Mhm.
Look into what Balaji Srinivasan. He was the CEO of Coinbase when they rolled out the Learn to Earn program.
Mhm.
Under his guidance, he was able to get that out. And so the point I'm making about that is I've learned more about that, and now with Afropolitan being able to start to develop its abilities. I mean, I'm so excited about what's happening on the continent right now. And he talks a lot about how the continents of India and Africa are truly great places to look for the type of answers to the questions that you're asking,
Mhm.
actually, Nicole. And I've really been on this whole network state conversation for the last several months because there, in that conversation, there are a lot of great opportunities to understand what is going to be necessary to get all of us there. And there's so much talent on the continent, right? For example, in Africa, there's so much talent, West Africa, and definitely Terrence Howard is working in Uganda
Yeah,
on
I saw that.
some amazing projects. And so, those are the places where I look when I'm thinking about what's possible. And so, to your point about the lack of advances around networking capabilities everywhere, I go to a different direction because I still work with youth in technology and STEM programs through one of my clients. And I go in a different direction. And I often think about what's going to be necessary coming up. And that is for more youth to understand how to build things like analog computers. I
Mhm.
go to places that are less tech heavy because I consider being able to bring technology and the sort of shift to, right, the shift in how we think about decentralization to places that are remote, that are far out, that are not connected, places that you wouldn't, that may have environments where it's harder to actually, places where there may be large bodies of water where information has to travel. Let's think about a simple problem that we have. So we're solution oriented. Let's think about the problem that we currently have around logistics and supply chain, and particularly the latest problem, which is railway, right? And so when we're dealing with these problems, we have to think about the fact that technology in this case won't help us. We physically need to move products across land masses. We physically need to move products in places that they can sit and sort of be staged until they're moved out into warehouses and distribution centers.
Mhm.
We physically need to solve problems in IRL that exist that technology, the best logistics and supply chain technology right now cannot solve because we actually need to move the stuff. So what do we do with that? And so when we're thinking about decentralization, I like to think about what are the best ways to solve problems that combine both IRL and metaverse. And I think that because we are physical beings, we are going to continue to have to sort of create solutions that allow us to interact with both simultaneously, even. And so I don't know. What do you think about that, Nicole? I mean, how do we get people in there? And to me, that's kind of like the bridge. You know, I think we're going to need both. We're going to need continue to deal with the things that we have to deal with IRL. And we're going to obviously have to deal with the issues and problems that we face bridging the two, IRL and metaverse. And then the third part, obviously, being, metaverse is going to be useful for some people for some things.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, that's kind of where I stand on a lot of that. At
Yeah,
least now.
it definitely depends on kind of like how you see the metaverse. So I see the metaverse as the future. And so it shows up everywhere. And so you said, this wouldn't involve technology, but while you were sitting there, I thought of like 20 different ways where it could involve technology touch points that make it an improved process, and it improves shipping, distribution, and logistics, like all of it in some kind of way. And so we have to, the question is how do we get people to think like that? And so people who think with problems first are coders, are technologists in the first place. Like that's how you think of coding anyway. That's what you're taught, is to define a problem and then create a solution around it. And so that's why, like, there's a whole bunch of landing pages for problems that don't have any actual company behind them, because there's a whole bunch of vaporware out there that people came up with just as an idea one day. It's like, oh, I could fix this, and I could make little ETs that fix this problem, or I could use AI to do this. And so that's how you do it. And Marcus Carey and I had a really good conversation yesterday about what do we do? What do we say to get people who are squarely in Web 2 techies into Web 3? And so y'all got to go watch the replay for that. But there was like some really good gems in there, and information in there about how to actually position that so that the tech space comes. Because once the people in tech get here more, because we're here, but we're not here enough. And so once those different voices and different perspectives get here, then the different solutions can be built. What matters to me is that when those solutions are built, not just when they're being built, but when they're defined, that they are defined with a group that is diverse and inclusive of us as a community, and making sure that we have that seat at the table, because the table isn't the one that's founded, it's the one that is thought about. And so that is what ultimately gets us there, is we have to be at the position of creation, instead of being only there after the table's built and then being there to help support it and hold it up. You know what I mean? Like, we absolutely have to be a part of that process and getting us to that place, regardless of whether you're on the tech side or the project management side, or the funding side, making sure that we're there, and that representation is there, ensures that we'll be there for the long haul. So that, I think, is pretty incredible about the whole entirety of the metaverse, because the metaverse is for everybody. It is going to be built up for everybody, but we got to make sure that we do this right. And so it takes solutions like what you're coming up with your AI. It takes solutions like communities of Blackverse, and just being able to use our voice and position each other in a way where we're seen. And that's what this broadcast is all about. So definitely happy to have you here, Ira. Tell people how they can get in touch with you, and what's next for you.
Team at blacktechfutures.media is a great email address for me. You can always reach me there. Again, that's team at blacktechfutures.media. What's next? Basically, like I said, building out the AI's platform, the research project and the platform. The goal of that is to develop a simple way to help small businesses and organizations identify funding, letters of support, research funding opportunities, and building out that AI model, as well as building up the Black Tech Futures Media list of services, and continuing to make art, and those sorts of things. I mean, I feel like I can do anything, and so I'm really excited about being able to do that as well. Yeah. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think that if folks are interested in actually looking at projects they'd like to build out and get funding for, they can definitely reach me and get in touch.
Yes. Ira Rebels, everybody. Thank you so much, Ira, for coming through. We look forward to seeing you in the future of Blackverse and Infinity and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, you guys. So we are wrapping things up. And so we are heading into the future here of Blackverse and the Blackverse community, and the future of what we do. we are very thankful to have a couple of folks be our sponsors. And so in thinking about sponsorship and kind of everything that we have been able to accomplish here, we have to definitely tap in and just once again say thank you to some very important folks. And those folks are Black Multiverse Enterprises, the Blackverse community, Constant Contact, the Black Business Network, Technical Consulting, Black Business USA, Black Business Expo, Black Business Olympics, the EE Testing Center, Artsy and VR, Queen Earth, and the Tezos blockchain, as well as all of you and all of our community members, all of our supporters, and all of the people who have helped with ideas and getting things done. We thank you. And so there are going to be a couple of giveaways that we are going to do right now. So if you are listening, I want you to type a 1 in the chat. So if you are listening, please type a 1 in the chat. If you are watching us later, unfortunately, you will not be able to participate in this particular activity. But we do have a list of folks who have supported us by purchasing tickets. And so those people are going to be entered into this next drawing. I am going to draw some gifts. So we're going to do some giveaways here. So we have a few things to actually give away, and I want to make sure that I am getting the names right. So give me just a minute. While I'm doing that, we are going to tap in with a message from our sponsors. All right, you guys. So we have some really cool things coming up. So I want you to, first of all, stay tapped in with Blackverse, the community here. I am going to, yes, so we want you to stay tapped in with the Blackverse community. Blackverse is available at blackverse.io. And you can join us here at our community. And I am going to actually probably take us to another break here for a second, and then we will come back and do some giveaways. But I want to make sure that we can view this. All right, so we are definitely grateful for the opportunity next week that is coming up, and that is to be on the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics, and just talking about the power of being a Black business owner and what that looks like and can look like for each and every one of us. We have some work to do, and that is not. That is what the point of the Blackverse community is to educate, to train, and to advance all up and down the decentralized metaverse. And so what I have not done here today is talk about Black multiverse so much. So I'm going to share some information with you so that you're aware of what our community is doing, what our parent organization for the community is doing. And so Black Multiverse Enterprises has a initiative called Black Multiverse Advance. This is, again, the solution that we came up to for our Google our Google career certificates. But I just want to quickly give like the high level overview of what it is that we are doing, and that is to inform everybody about kind of what we have going on as a community. And so, first of all, our mission at Black Multiverse is to disrupt disenfranchisement in the present to preserve possibilities in the future. Everything that I talked about with Ira is exactly what we are doing. We are preserving the power of decentralization and the power of options and opportunity in the future. So we also have our community. So our community is Blackverse. We have several programs, not just the Blackverse initiative, but we have several, some of which have rolled out. Like I mentioned earlier today, we have the Black Blockchain Alliance, and we also are spearheading the Black Verse Gamers League. But we have several other initiatives. I'm telling you, when I say enterprise, I absolutely meant it. Several other initiatives that we are putting out here. We are definitely in need of funding, in need of support, and in need of sponsorship. So if you are listening to this and you are interested in learning more, that is not information I put out for everybody because it gets construed. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we give you the right message. So we do ask that you set up an actual meeting with us to talk about kind of what it would look like to sponsor this particular organization. So there are the Blackverse community is our mission is to educate, to train, and advance Black people across the decentralized metaverse and multiverse. We have always had this mission. It hasn't moved, it hasn't budged, it hasn't changed. That is what this event is all about: is the education, training, and advancement of Black people across the decentralized metaverse and the multiverse. Blackverse Advance. We are going to be skilling up the underskilled and underrepresented individuals with our Google career credentials, and then simultaneously providing those individuals with exposure and training in Web3. So like I said earlier, it is not only about learning and advancing on the decentralized blockchain, but it is also about making sure that you have the space in your head to do that, right? So to go and to actually jump in and discover what the metaverse can have for you, you need to have some peace and calm in your real life. And you can't do that if you are underskilled and troubled by some of these troubles that this world can bring to us in traditional spaces. So we're trying to make sure that people have clarity and space to think. Next up, we add value. So within 3 to 6 months after being employed and beginning the scholarship program, our individuals are going to be empowered with Web 2 and with Web 3 work experience so they can re-enter the workforce. And that re-entering of the workforce is not necessarily re-entering, but entering our workforce. So they're going to be working with us either on either side of the fence that they are more happy with. A lot of folks aren't ready to jump all the way into Web3. Others want to slowly absorb it. And so we have kind of these solutions and strategies for everybody. And that is making sure that we have space to actually think about some of this stuff, but to give employment in actual events and opportunities and things that come up in the metaverse. So our data analysts, I talk about this often, and so maybe you've guessed this, but I plan on creating a whole entire tribe of data analysts who are personal data analysts, and they are the ones who are going to work with you to just help you define where's the best place for you to actually utilize your data. Where's the best place for you to make alliances and strategic relationships to use your data? We're not there yet. We are not there where this position makes sense, which means we're ahead of the game. So again, open to sponsorship. But it's all about the individual and making sure that that individual can thrive in a decentralized blockchain. at the end of the day, our future is going to consist of metaverse contributors. So they're going to be skilled up with the best and brightest in Google career certifications, as well as whatever other, forms of education they have. And we are also going to be working in both Web3 and Web2, ultimately transitioning over to Web3. And then those who intend to stay on and help us build out the Blackverse metaverse will receive continued employment with Black multiverse enterprises. And so this is what we are building up. This is continually evolving. We're having to make changes and shift. But if you want to contact us, this is our contact information. It's not big enough, so let's fix that. But you can contact us at Black BLK Multiverse. You can contact us at Black in the Verse, and then at We Are Black Block. It's not We Black Blockchain anymore. It's We Are Black Block on Twitter. So We Are Black Block. So any of those will get to the Black Multiverse suite of services and communities and programs that we are rolling out. So I am really happy because I can take a quick break here. We have a Renaissance here coming to talk to us about some really great initiatives that she's putting out into this world. And we're thinking about the power of decentralization. We are definitely happy to have her here, and she's going to talk to us while I gather up this information for these giveaways. So Renaissance, come on up here, and we're going to introduce you properly. How are you doing today? Uh-oh, she's on mute. We're going to give her a second to come back. There we go.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm taking a break and pulling over so I can do what I need to do.
All right. Are you pulled over now?
I am. I'm not driving. I am not driving.
All right. Well, if you can and you're free, can you turn your camera to the side so we can see you sideways? That'll help it fill out for the people who are watching at home. There we go.
It's upside down now.
Oh, it didn't do it. Okay.
Let me see.
Right. We'll go with it. All right. So there we go. How are you today?
I am good. I am on the move. I am working my tail off for this metaverse, for this Web3. I am having conversations. I feel good though. I feel great.
Right on. Okay, well, I'm going to jump down and you talk to us about what it is that you're doing and your project, and give me a link so I can pop that up on screen and folks can check it out if there's something you want me to go to.
Yeah, so the link, it should be live, but our developer just put it up and he said it may take a couple hours. So I'm not sure if
that's all right. Go ahead. Just talk to us. Tell us all about what you're doing.
Okay, awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Marina Renaissance, and I am a photographer here in St. Louis. And I'm also an enthusiast and educator on NFTs and Web3 here as well. So I host different workshop series called NFTs, Not Just a Buzzword, where I onboard people into this space. I teach them about, different terms, definitions, things to pay attention to within NFTs. And we actually have this really cool initiative happening here in St. Louis where it's titled Mwanzo, which is Swahili for a new beginning. And we are merging the travel and tourism sector and bridging gaps with artists as well as businesses. We're taking the time to provide equitable and economic solutions for artists and businesses by leveraging the blockchain through experiences in travel and tourism. So I'm really excited about this initiative because one of the problems that I notice and the issues here and maybe even in other cities is that a lot of times big advertisements leave out cultural experiences. They leave out small businesses. Those aren't things that are necessarily communicated to the masses when it comes to tourism here in this city. And so I thought, okay, how can we make it to where people not only experience like the zoo, the arch, Forest Park, these types of things, but how do we continue to communicate what else is going on? I don't think that it takes having to know someone in order to have these really cool experiences. And so we are utilizing the art from different local artists, no matter what the medium is, to give people experiences based on what the artist likes. So I'm really excited to immerse our everyday people, whether they be locals, tourists, visitors, into the world of the artist for the NFT that they will collect. So we're really, really working hard on that initiative behind the scenes. We are pushing forward right now with finding different sponsors and potential investors. We've been creating our tech behind the scenes just to get it ready for when it's time to pitch to different people. A big other component to that is we will have an event where we'll do an actual simulation of it. So those of you who are not into NFTs yet, who may be new at NFTs, will have this cool opportunity to actually infuse your knowledge with utilizing the actual technology. I've been to several conferences around the country for NFTs, and I haven't seen one quite yet that is going to do it like we're doing it, where you're using the tech and nothing but the tech the entire event. So as we prepare for that, the goal is to launch that in November. And for those people who decide that they want to travel to St. Louis, who probably have never been to St. Louis, you'll have this really cool opportunity to experience the St. Louis experience, to become so St. Louis through the collection of the NFTs. So that will be rolling out very, very, very soon here. Again, like I said, we are looking for sponsors. My name is Renaissance. You can find more information about me at Renaissance TJS on Instagram. RenaissanceTJS.com is where you can see some of my works. And then RenaissanceTJS@gmail is where you can also contact me if you're interested in learning more, even receiving our pitch deck, possibly sponsoring, and maybe even coming on as an investor or partner. We're definitely proud to announce that the CIC Cortex, which is a national and international co-working space, has come on as an official partner with us this week. And we're also in sponsorship with the Regional Arts Commission, which is our social good component, where all of any NFTs that are collected, a percentage of those sales will go to the Regional Arts Commission, who is responsible for giving out grants to artists in St. Louis to be able to continue their artistic endeavors. And so we'll be helping them raise funds for their next round of grant opportunities. So I'm just really excited for what's to come. This technology is definitely revolutionary. I definitely think that, this is the time to be a builder and to consume later. And not to say that you shouldn't buy from artists, because I definitely do. I buy from artists that I do want to support. I do think that it's imperative that we continue that communal mindset. And so in doing so, we will, go further. We all will make it. I do want to also announce that I will be doing my TED Talk. Well, it's a TEDx St. Louis, here in St. Louis, October 22nd on NFTs. So that will be blasted nationally via the internet. If you're not in St. Louis, but if you are in St. Louis, it's October 22nd at the Kirkwood Performing Arts Center. Then come out to see my talk. I've been working really hard on it, and I'm really excited to just expose, the masses to this space, and just provide a safe place and a soft place for them to land as they continue to learn and acquire knowledge and be well equipped to participate in this world. So that's me. Nicole, do you have any other questions for me? I know that was quick, but that's what I have. I can't hear you.
There we go. I had to do it at least once today. No, I was saying thank you for coming through and sharing all the things that you're working on. I'm really happy for you. You have been tapping in since last year and just kind of jumping in and getting comfortable. And so I definitely have seen you and appreciate kind of everything that you're doing as well. And congratulations on your TED Talk. And that is big stuff for us as a people, for you as a person. I'm glad to see you on those stages. So keep it up. And good luck with the project for sure.
Thank you. It's so cool to like have a conversation with you and I see your actual face.
Right?
We're always in Clubhouse, and so we just hear each other's voices, but to see your actual face, you're darling. You're just gorgeous, by the way. It's just so cool to see you. I don't know if this is the platform to be doing that on, but I'm just kind of like, oh my God, like I am literally looking Nicole in her face while we talk.
That's so weird. Like I'm not used to this yet, but I appreciate it. Thank you, and you too. It's definitely cool because it's like this is so metaverse, right? Like we're always seeing each other's little avatars, but then when you meet people in real life, it's like it's so different than what you thought because you make up this idea. Even though on Clubhouse, like sometimes we're using pictures and things like that to represent us. It's not the same. And then you meet somebody and you see kind of like how your face moves or like what it sounds like when you actually do that little thing with your voice. Like it's funny. But it's definitely going to change the way that people connect. And yeah, there's a lot of conversations we can jump into about that, but I'm not going to right now. I want to thank you so much for coming through. Be safe on your travels wherever you are headed. And again, let me know when those dates are coming up so that, we can watch you and we'll stream it to Blackverse or something like that, Blackverse TV.
That part. Artsy is actually doing the metaverse part. So we are wanting to do some live streaming from IRL into Altspace.
Cool.
So if there's like a way we'll talk about it. But yeah, I would love to, for sure.
That'll work. All right, cool. Take care and thank you again.
See you guys later.
Woo. All right, you guys, we have been streaming for about 5 hours here. We're going to end up shutting this down here in a few minutes, but not before we take care of some love. So I want to, first of all, say thank you to every single speaker who came through on day 1 and day 2. I want to just thank you for taking time out of your day, taking time out of your life to craft what you were going to say and to bring it to this opportunity and this moment that we have enjoyed together. This is the first official Power of Decentralization Web3 and Metaverse conference for the Blackverse community, the Blackverse Summit. This broadcast has been broadcast on the Black Business Network. That is streamed live. In some instances, it was live. In other instances, you'll catch it on replays, or you might catch this at some given point in the future. But no matter when you catch us, make sure that you tap in. That is the one message that I want to go around the world today, that the metaverse is coming. The metaverse is being built up right now with and without you. You were able to experience things like avatars. You were able to talk about the power of decentralization from people who are making waves in the space through things like community and crypto and culture and actual building of the metaverse, avatars, and communities again, community, because everything is about the community in this space. It all revolves around the community. If you are squarely in the Web 2 space and you are looking at Web 3 and you're not quite sure what to think, then let me tell you that there are many communities you could join, but we welcome you to join the Blackverse community. And you can join us at blackverse.io. Just click on the little Discord button. Man, we didn't even talk about Discord. Like that's a whole other thing. I didn't even touch on that, but it's a whole other thing. But we want you to tap in and tap in frequently, tap in often. I want to say thank you to a whole bunch of people. So that's the part of this that we're heading into right now. So I want to say thank you to all of our speakers once again, to everybody who supported us on day 1 or day 2, everybody who supported us in the weeks leading up to this. Thank you. So we are going to go to our day 1 speakers and say thank you. And to all of our day 2 speakers, thank you guys for coming through. And so that was the full gamut. But I also want to thank 2 sponsors that have given us some special things. And so one of them is Bert Rell of the EE Testing Center. Bert is a staunch supporter and a sponsor of this event. And so we definitely want to encourage you, if you're out in the LA area, to please get in touch with him. Contact him if you have testing needs, and testing that is things like educational testing. So things that you would typically go to a Pearson Testing Center for your PMPs or certifications and things like that. If you need a location, please contact the EE Testing Center. And we want to also thank Queen Earth. Queen Earth is a friend to the community. She is a friend to, she's a member of Blackverse, and she is also a staunch supporter of the Tezos blockchain, which happens to be my favorite particular blockchain. And I don't say that often, but it is. And so we do want to thank her because she has given us some Tez. For anybody who is not aware, Tez is crypto. And then we also have 6 NFTs that are going to be given away, and we're going to give those away right now. So going to quickly just show her logos to show her some support, and then also say thank you. All right, those are way too quick. Should have had them be a little bit longer, but that's all right. You know what my heart intended was not what came out on the screen. And so we do have several NFTs to give away, and I'm going to go ahead and show those now. We've also received a donation of some Tez to give away. And so this is the Ode to Tezos NFT. This is a song we're going to play that she actually created for the Tezos blockchain.
Tezos, oh so, Tezzies and most of all the odds of Tezos, like the sauce of most, like the sauce of most of all the NFT, no NFT, no effing T, but all the E of T of the ETH, we eat the ETH and breathe the air is ETH, and Oz and all, but what can be most of all the ETH we eat, all the air we breathe, all the F and the F and T, all the NFT, yeah, most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, what? Most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, listen, most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, Tezzies, oh so Tezzies and most of all the odds of Tezos, like the sauce of most, like the sauce of most of all the in the NFT, no, in the T, no FAT, but all the E of T of the E, we eat the E and breathe. Air is E and Oz and all, but what can be? Most of all the E we eat, all the air we breathe, all the F in the F and T, all the NFT, most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, listen, most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, yeah, most of all the NFT, most of all the NFT, most of all, Tezos and most, both the Tezos, most of all the NFT, shout out together, Baba in the building, yeah, Ubi, Chaturi, Mom News, thank you friends for having me, let's get this, NFT, yeah, shout out to Tezos.
Yes, most of all the NFT. So when we think about Tezos, we think about NFTs, I think about Queen Earth, and we think about community, because the Tezos blockchain, man, there is no community that's doing what Tezos does in the way that Tezos does it. It is inclusive. There are spaces and places for everybody. And most of all, man, it's a blockchain where like, literally I can say, like, for me, I was onboarded by Queen Earth, I was onboarded by some other folks, and like we were all in a room. I got NFTs to just practice with, and help me step through the Tezos version of what we do on Ethereum. And so I love my wallet, and I don't usually evangelize for anything in this space other than the metaverse, but I'm a fan of the Tezos blockchain, so happy to give this away. We have a few winners here. We're going to draw numbers based on the ending of your event ticket. And what are we calling this? The event, I lost it. We are drawing numbers based on the order number, the last 3 digits of your order number. So the only way that you are entered for this is if you actually did what we requested, and that is actually go out to Eventbrite and purchase a ticket. That puts you into the running for any of these NFT giveaways. All of our speakers are going to be getting a Blackverse Summit. I was there, NFT for me, that'll be on Ethereum, and it'll be coming from the Blackverse store. And then we also have 20 TES to give away, as well as 6 of the Ode to Tezos NFTs. So we're going to give away those 6 NFTs now. So we're going to start off. We're generating random numbers here. And the first random number is 809. 809. That is going to Brenda Deal. So Brenda, you are the winner of the very first Tezos, Ode to Tezos NFT from Queen Earth. And that is going to Brenda Deal. I'm writing notes, y'all, so I don't forget, even though this is being recorded. Doesn't matter. I still want to make sure that we get these delivered. So you will need to provide your Tezos wallet address. And if you do not have one, I recommend getting onboarded by Queen Earth so that she can get you ready to go with your wallet. If you would rather me do that, then we can work that out too, or we can host a session for that. But next up, we have another winner, and random number generator. What are you doing? All right, that one is gonna go. That one goes to number 409. That is William and Ada Jackson, and that is going to be just one NFT, but it's coming to William and Ada Jackson, number 409. All right, and then I don't know if I should be saying people's names. We don't we don't often use actual real names. I'm still not a fan of that. But we're going to generate another one. And that one is going to be I'm just going to call this ticket number. It is 219. And that person's name starts with a Q and ends with an N, and their last name begins with an N too. So I'm going to write that down so that I can see it. And number 219, you are also the winner of a Ode to Tezos NFT single that will be transferred to your wallet from us. We need to get those wallet addresses so that we can transfer and make the transfers happen. And I had a whole image. Not that one. It was this one. All right. So next up, we have another one. And this one is going to be going to number 139. 139. And that one goes to an individual with the first letters of their name being MY and their O being OT being the last name. So it's number 139. And so you are also the winner of a Tezos Ode to Tezos NFT. All right, we got 2 more of these bad boys to give away, and one of them is going to go. This one's going to come directly from our pool of sponsors. And so let me pull that list up here. All right. And so this one is going to ticket number 471. And that is to Latoya Henson. And so I want to say congratulations to Latoya, and I shouldn't have said her name, but she is a sponsor, so that's a little different. So definitely I will get in touch with you and we'll do some training so you can get because I don't think you have a wallet. Maybe you do. We'll find out. If you have a wallet, then we will make sure that you get your wallet set up and ready to go. And then we have one more of these to go. There is one left. And all right. No. Okay, so this one is also a 219, but this is a different person. So this one is last 4 digits is 0219. And so this one goes to someone with the first name DO, last name starts with an S and ends with an S. And so that is who this is going to. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Congratulations to everyone. And then we are going to do 2 more. And so we're going to split up these 20 TES that were generated or that were donated from Queen Earth and the Dream of Gilders collective. I want to read about Queen Earth because I didn't do her justice. So let me actually say, kind of who she is and what she does so that you guys are aware of her. Her short bio is that Queen Earth is the founder of the Universe Consulting and Design LLC. From music and events to consulting for DEI and REI in Web3, Queen Earth uses her passions to create and support inclusive spaces for Black, queer, and women identified artists in the atmosphere of crypto art, especially Tezos and clean NFTs. The Guild of Dreamers was created for NFTs and supports emerging artists with funds for Tezos onboarding. And so you can connect with her at queenearth.com/dreamguildnft. And so we want to say thank you again to Queen Earth. All right. So now here is the mega giveaway. There's going to be 2. And so one of these is going to go to sponsors. One of them is just going to go to regular old folks. And not regular old folks. There's nobody who's a regular old folk, y'all. This is going to people who are supporting Blackverse as well with their ticket acquisitions. So thank you to the collectors of your Eventbrite tickets. So the first one is going to sponsors, and that is going to go to... This almost feels like cheating, but it is going to Dr. Eric Kelly III. Dr. Eric Kelly III, congratulations. You are now a part of the Tezos ecosphere. It is time to get your Tezos wallet. So that 10 Tez is going to go to Dr. Eric Kelly III. That equates to about $15. And so we are going to go ahead and send that over. And then the next one that we have is for those who acquired tickets on the actual portal, not just sponsors, but everybody. So this one is going to, let me make sure. Yeah, we haven't done this one. Okay, so this one is going to 639. First name starts with LA, last name starts with a W. And so we are going to go ahead and send you a notice of your 10 TES and then ensure that that gets transferred into your wallet. And we'll work with you, either myself or Queen Earth, to get your Tezos wallet set up. So, guys, this has been an amazing time for everybody in all of our communities. This has been a very cool opportunity for everybody to come together and just say kind of who they are and what they are doing here in this space. It is important that we give each other space to talk about what we're doing, because if we don't do it, then we cannot expect other people to do it. It is important that we lift each other up and continue to do so. And that is the real power of decentralization. We will all have a voice. So I want to say thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for thinking about being decentralized. And thank you for being a member and supporter of the Blackverse community. Once again, I am going to shill on my community who stepped up and stepped in, because that is what I do. This is Nicole, and my voice is resting. Thank you.
you.